rankings may suggest it as well, because you've got teams like China and Korea and the USA that came in looking strong, looking firm to take some of those top spots. It's not quite materialized in that way, Toffees, but teams like China and Korea especially could come and frag out today.
China and Korea are going to frag out. Other teams like the USA and Finland that have been on a slide in Australia, they're not going to be happy with that. And today, whether or not they can win, they can make a statement by coming out and playing aggressively and getting those points and saying, hey, we just had a fluke. They were tough circles if they play well today.
I think looking at Ike's left, looking at guys like Seoul, especially from those two Asian nations, those are guys I firmly have my eyes on to make some kind of big plays happen potentially throughout the day.
Yeah, especially on the last day. This is your last chance to make a flashy play, to make yourself world famous on this stage. And obviously this powering here is from performances moving into this, from their regional, from playing with their own club. So that's why the changes are a little bit. Dington obviously still doing quite well, but not as we've seen him do in the home region.
Now, when you looked at that last list, one player from Brazil or the UK was in the power rankings in the top 10. Looking at this list, only one player not from those teams is on that left side of the board. And that just speaks to how strong they've been.
And here with Michael, this is literally a career-defining moment for him here. Number one after 15 games when you're looking at the Fantasy League, but it's a really good way to look at it, because you're getting points for damage, you're getting points for kills, and also getting points for winning with your team. So overall here, and also his price was absolutely crazy. Toffees and I were happy to have him.
Yeah, definitely value. And as you say, career-defining performance. It's crazy the kind of trajectory Michael has been on, because we have seen him in the past in things like PCSs, fell out of favor with teams, unfortunate to say the least, but now he's #1 here on this ranking.
With him playing in TSM in 2019, he has improved so much as an individual player, and his skill coming in here to 2022.
And it seems like Toffees has improved as well from day to day.
The US won one yesterday, and I had H-Win on my roster, so that did help a little bit. But again, Martin, you really benefit from Thailand. Nurin's coming out and playing so well yesterday.
The favorite thing for me about this actually as a whole is the scorn me and you have for one another in those pictures.
Well, you know,
I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
It's because you've never had anyone from my region ahead of you in the fantasy.
That is true. That is true.
So this is very exciting.
It's a first for me.
And this is obviously the
меня было не слышно. Ну что, ребят, всем здорово, всем доброго денечка. Начинается у нас финальный день игр. Сейчас отправлю везде уведомления и стартанем. Я еще забыл свет включить. Все, теперь слышно? Все в порядке? Не забывайте поддержать сразу лайком трансляцию. Сейчас я отправляю уведомления.
Do you think Take's probably the one? Who would you vote for if you had to vote for someone?
I have no idea.
Michael's a handsome chap. I might go for Michael.
Yeah.
Sparking strikes me as a guy who gets out there and meets some.
There you go.
The thing about Tingleton, though, is literally Tingleton is so popular. Yeah, people love this guy. He has lines every time he comes into the stadium looking for signatures. I heard, in fact, the other day, he had his brother here visiting. He switched places and has his brother signing signatures.
Да, все нормально. Ну и отлично, раз все нормально. Всем привет, всем здравствуйте, добрый день.
He's a busy guy. And speaking of busy, all of these teams here looking to push hard in today. We have got ourselves United Kingdom, Brazil, Vietnam has done themselves proud not only at this tournament, but also at the previous PNC. Great stuff.
The consistency both in Vietnam and Korea here. They're in the top
Так, ну что, пойду себе налью что-нибудь попить. Еще надо натянуть.
And Brazil, of course, got 13th, and now they're in second. A huge improvement, and also
Не могу теперь за компом сидеть без этого рукава. Просто не могу. Когда даже хоть чуть-чуть рука липнет к ковру или к столу, это вообще просто уже, не знаю, уже настолько привык. Ну что, за кого сегодня будете болеть?
And they continue to be there as we look at Erangel from yesterday and the UK from, I think it was, day 1 and day 3. Just power on Erangel.
I will say this.
Надеюсь, сегодня Бразилия куда-нибудь опустится еще ниже. Наконец-то по-настоящий спорт. Так, располагайтесь пока поудобнее, я пошел. Налью себе чем.
They were trying to drive by. That's a hard target to hit. He managed to take 3 of them out of the car.
I mean, there is something to be said. The circles have been lovely for teams like Brazil and UK to a certain extent on Erangel. The fact that we're looking at a lot of Milta, we're looking at a lot of little Milta.
Yeah.
Northern circles cater to Milta drops because you can rotate around the outside very effectively. So if that keeps happening today, I don't expect any shake-up in the board. But if we start to see some stuff, looking at Primors, you're going to military, maybe it shifts up a little bit.
Oh, maybe.
I will say this, though. This is literally the wildest circles I've ever had in a tournament format like this. We're playing, 15, 20 games, sometimes 18, but around this format in terms of how many wild circles you've seen, it doesn't even compare to any other tournament.
I mean, there's been circles that we've had a lot of North circles on Erangel. We've had circles that have effectively accelerated the game because there's so much water in those circles, so there's not that many spots to work with, and when it comes to that point, crisis management is extremely important.
Yeah, absolutely. We literally saw Korea choosing to play the rocks behind Milta Power as a strategic position. That doesn't happen. No. And they almost got into I think they got the top 5 out of that game from that position.
Well, here's Miramar, and at the moment from yesterday, Thailand was blasting, and the crowd loves it, because watching that win come out from them here, Martin, they might not be rocketing up the leaderboards just yet, but it was such a big moment for the team and for the crowd.
You know what? I loved it so much. First of all, Nurns in there, being able to play extremely well. Yeah, of course, in Frenzy Point, but able to play extremely well from PCS APAC, PCS 6 APAC, but also here with the crowd going this wild, it was, goosebumps, hair rising on if you have on the back or
and
on your arms.
And the best part is if you go back and watch those videos, there were cheers, but there were also screams. Every time Sol threw a grenade, or every time the push came from Brazil, you hear people going, oh, oh! Yeah. And then when they missed and they got the res, it was so intense, and you could feel that here.
It truly reminds you that we've missed the crowd.
Yes.
We have missed the crowd, and they came out in full force yesterday whilst we were watching this all unfold. And the thing is about the circle that they won as well is that everybody's playing edge. Everyone's having a hard time trying to decide if they should move, when to move, and how they move.
And that's a general thing, actually, looking at how the circles worked out. There's a lot of teams playing edge. And, when we have these crazy circles, wild hard shifts, it is very, very hard to be able to continue sweeping into the circle, trying to get into blue.
And teams are getting punished for going middle. The reality is, with these difficult circles that don't have a lot of architecture in the center, the teams that are going middle quickly are often getting crashed, removed from those dips. I mean, we saw that up on that one of those northern circles. Teams just went too early. And so it is sort of forcing an edge game, and I think we're seeing some teams that have trained that and practiced it are thriving in sort of this very strange, for lack of a better word, circle system that's happened.
Yeah, it's been crazy, I think it's fair to say, as we take a look at some more moments here. And I was surprised that UK was able to find this dip in particular and continue on just a little bit longer.
That requires insane map knowledge. It literally requires you to have had a late game there before, but here...
Do you want me to take this one off?
You're super happy with this one, right?
That's right. We've got Vard, we've got Michael, we've got Fex. And let's be perfectly honest, the team has gelled around each other so well for this event.
Yeah, you having Vard on your team is obviously fantastic. You having Michael here along with Toffees, but them being able to have all three of the members from United Kingdom as this after 15 games against world-class players is unheard of.
I will say this, and this is not to take anything away from your GBR boys. I want to give a shout out to Brazil because they have 4 players on their team, and each of them has been man of the match in a different game. They've won enough and been effective enough and are sharing the duty enough that this is a team that is working really hard off of everyone.
All right, and with that, we can actually hear from the top 2 teams coming into the final day.
I'm really, really happy to meet Fex in all these events because when I moved to Europe and no one knows about me, he came to my stream.
Хочу такую же радиосистему купить.
He always believed in me. I said to him, bro, you make me being here and like believe me that I'm able to be like one of the best players in the world. So I'm really grateful for him.
I don't know. I just think he's really good. He's a great person. So yeah, I just like him lots.
Это кто, Fex?
Yeah, definitely. Brazil, like, they're our only threat at the moment, I think. Like, no one else is even close, and Brazil have been, like, really, really strong.
Я на Китай поставил. Скажите, у них есть шанс выиграть? Я не слежу просто. Нет, по-моему, у них там уже шанса нет выиграть. Сверху пишется кто?
So it's really hard to like keep the consistency. So yeah, if you want to be world champions, we need to go ahead of that. We need to cross that obstacles.
I want to win.
Да, это
We are going to win. But if Brazil were to win, like Sparking deserves it and his teammates, so yeah, I would be like happy for them at the same time.
That's right, a lot of respect shown between some of the best players in the world here on this stage, and it's understandable. I mean, especially since you come in and we expect like Sparking to be popping off. Likewise, the team in the UK, we kind of expect.
Надеюсь, сегодня не будет прокать на бразильцев.
Sparking said you had a bad day yesterday, didn't you? The reality is UK got second that day, so that tells me that Sparking is focused.
А будет что-то поинтереснее. Надеюсь, зоны будут разные.
And I kind of like that. They came in.
Они все одинаковые на Мирамаре.
Yeah, the bad day that United Kingdom has was the day where there was 3 Miramars, like we have today, and the best day that Brazil had.
И на Эрангеле, по-моему, одинаковые зоны были, да, дважды?
So that's going to be an interesting thing. Are they going to be able to capitalize on that? And how are they going to be looking? What I also took away from this was, you know, we have players like Fex that are coming in, and this was before Sparking turned 18. And he moved to Portugal to start trying to play, try to make sure when he was 17, trying to make sure that, okay, let me try to get to the very top level, let me try to make sure that I have a chance to get into some of these teams when I'm 18 years old.
Yes.
And Fex was one of the guys, you know, started playing with him, pulling him in and talking to him, making him feel welcome in Europe. It's super wholesome.
All right, well, of course, we've got plenty of people here in the audience live today, but we also have a public viewing going on in Seoul, in Gangnam, of all places, as well. So lots of people around the world are tuning in, so thank you to our South Korean compatriots for joining as well.
It's fun, and I think you brought this up also with how the guys got to know each other, how the fans from around the world get to watch. This is a game that is a lot about community. This is the only esports
Gangnam, это их район
together at all times. Has built amazing relationships.
Yeah, and actually that is very important here, Toffees, that you suggest that and mention that, because around the world as well, we've had our co-streamers streaming the event as it has been live in real time, and we just want to say a huge thank you, because as Toffees says,
все время смотрю на трек своей видеокарты в надежде, что наконец-то что-то изменится.
It's really awesome to see across the world.
I honestly think that's one of the reasons why PUBG has been so successful, is that it's such a great game to build communities with. It's such a great game to stream with, to play with, because you have, you know, you're dropping out, then you have a bit of action at the beginning, then you're looting a little bit, you're driving around, you have time to talk to your chat, you have time to talk to your friends, and then you go into a fight again, so it's like a perfect action, talk to the community, back to action again, right? So this is really one of the reasons why I think PUBG has had such a huge success.
And you know what's awesome as well? Is that a lot of different play styles work in PUBG, and a lot of different ways in which and opinions in which you can play the game work. So you can constantly be kind of communicating that and having that discussion.
There's not a cookie cutter build, right? It's not like you're coming in, it's not, okay, you have to go for Chinky to win, otherwise, you're coming in, everybody has the same opportunity once this playing starts, and that's also why I love it in the esports. It's your decisions throughout the game that put you in the winning spot.
Constantly tested.
The only set piece is when you pull that parachute. From that moment on, everything is up in the air, and that is why this is so much fun to watch. And that is why today isn't just a two-horse race. It's not just on rails, because literally teams on the bottom can get crazy and do things we don't expect.
And that is why we are now here for the final day of PNC. So without further ado, let's get day number 4 underway. Direction landed perfectly. Korea racking up some kills.
합이라는 게 이런 걸 의미하는구나라고 좀 느꼈고, 충분히 따라잡을 수 있다고는 생각하고 있어요. 생각보다 관객도 많고 하니까 제가 이제 약간 떨게 되더라고요. 4일차 때는 어떻게든 열심히 최선을 다해서 꼭 반등하도록 ha겠습니다.
Cảm giác bây giờ của em rất là vui và bọn em không nghĩ là hôm nay sẽ bắn tốt đến như thế.
베트남이랑 동점이긴 하지만 크게 생각하지 않고 있고요.
Đội Hàn Quốc là một đội thi đấu rất là tốt, nhưng mà bọn em sẽ cố gắng làm tốt hơn. Nếu mà bọn em có thể vô địch thì chắc chắn sẽ vỡ hòa.
Our best two teams at this tournament, United Kingdom, Brazil.
Muito sem felicidade para jogar hoje. Nas duas primeiras, e depois disso só fluiu. Da segunda para a terceira partida a gente foi pro break, resetou e tipo começamos a cantar, muito feliz, ficou muito feliz isso. E voltamos a jogar bem. Cheia de manias, toda dengosa, menina bonita, sabe que é gostosa.
I think they like us. They have really good
What the
team
fuck?
chemistry.
Это что это было?
And yeah, they're just really having a good time. Also like us.
Estamos muito confiante, muito mesmo, que amanhã a gente vai levar essa taça pro Brasil.
Get the win, and now UK has a shot at going for first.
I mean, it feels really good being first, considering me personally, I haven't even played in a top tier tournament in about 6 months. I mean, honestly, I don't think we have any weaknesses in our game right now. We're really calm in our comms. We really aren't shouting. Just focus on what we've been doing. Don't get carried away. Try not to look at the leaderboard. I don't think we'll focus on that though. We just need to take it game by game. Let's just focus on our own game.
It's time, it's day number 4 as we continue things here and conclude for the PUBG Nations Cup 2022. We have 2 teams very firmly at the top in the United Kingdom as well as Brazil, looking to crown themselves the champions. But will some outside contender enter the fray, or will the UK and Brazil continue to hold strong? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's finals day. I've got Toffees and Avenger here to break everything down. And the casters, they're hiding. They don't want to be seen. They're ready. Kind of.
And then the Korean guys, they're like, hey, look at us, look at us.
I'm a big fan of the South Korean guys. I don't know about the English guys, but you know what? The Thai guys as well, they're awesome. But we're here for the final, and 5 more games, 3 more Miramars, 2 more Erangels. We end on Erangel. That's everyone's bread and butter. But Miramar is a hard-fought battleground where the UK has not had the best of times.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as we discuss this is what it's really going to come down to. If the numbers stay exactly the same, with 3 games for Brazil on UK, or Brazil will likely do better with their average being 68 plus, and UK stays the same, Brazil wins this event. So UK does need to clean it up a lot if they're going to take this thing home.
But here's Thailand, and yesterday they made the crowd here happy with the win, and it was an excellent win. 17 kills going their way.
The highest points in one single game for any team here.
Yes.
Thailand was able to bring that in, and it was ecstatic in here in the arena.
Definitely so, and you can see also our players having a lot of fun with it. And wow, actually, I didn't expect Nurings to be taken over in this, Martin.
You know what, I had a bit of a feeling that there might be some sort of a home turf advantage, but I didn't expect them in the game that they won to jump from 15th place to 8th place in one game. First of all, it talks to how close our middle pack is and how far our top pack is kind of ahead.
Yeah.
But also this is gonna change huge when we're talking prize pool.
Yes.
You're gonna be able to double or triple the amount of prize pool you're able to take home from those changes.
No, absolutely, but here is the United Kingdom currently in first place. Please, boys, don't bottle it. We never win anything, Toffees.
I think you need a circle here in Miramar. I mean, the reality is yesterday they did better, but they dropped very close to Los Leones. They ran that side of the map, and the final was in the city. That is an anomaly. You're not going to see city endings, I don't
All right,
think.
gentlemen. Well, I'm getting word that we are ready. It's game number 1 of the final day here for PNC. Let's head over to the commentators from all the action on Miramar.
Only 5 matches separating contenders from becoming champions. We are heading into the final day.
Таиланд как вообще?
Paper, it's great to have you alongside here, of course.
На самом деле у нас уже явные лидеры определились, так скажем, и, скорее всего, за 5 игр каких-то кардинальных изменений не будет.
Finland, Vietnam, and Korea have a shot to do this, but it has to be a huge day. It has to be one of those, you know, you get 2 or 3 chicken dinner type days to actually close the gap.
And obviously a lot of talking points when it comes to the maps themselves. It's been spoken at length. For the United Kingdom, they really need to do well on Miramar because there's only 2 games of Erangel left. They need some kind of lead going into the game. Of course, Brazil, they're going to want to do well on Miramar as well.
Как эти наушники вообще одевают люди с большими ушами?
No, I think you're absolutely right. So the game's ready, guys.
Вот так вот в трубочку их закатывают и одевают или что? Alright. Поехали. 16-й матч. У нас сейчас будет 2 Мирамара, потом 3 Эрангеля. Блин, капец меня засветило.
going into those last 2 games of Erangel. So they need a good start here for the final day.
Yeah, I love what you're saying. Exactly what I was thinking.
Слишком много солнышка.
Brazil, of course, they know it. They told me it. I was talking to Sparking last night. He told me, he's like, we have to get this.
3 Мирамара, 2 Эрангеля. Всем добрый день, здорово. Ну что, погнали, первая игра.
You know, they've been really good. They've been our best team on Miramar, but they haven't been blowing the doors off the map like the UK is on Erangel. So, you know, today I expect to see more of the same from them. Just kind of smart, consistent early gameplay, looking for those kind of early center circle rotations where they're able to kind of lock something down. You know, they do reach out though a lot. I think a lot of people aren't.
Какая игра? Это 16-я игра. Всего будет 20. Сегодня это первая игра. Я же себе яблоки не помыл, чат. Так, традиционно надо пару яблок съесть. Сейчас посмотрим зону. Нифига он оптимист вот этот вот. Да что за фигня-то? Какой ужас сейчас будет на правом краю зоны, это вообще жесть. Мы такую зону уже видели, и это, скорее всего, закончится в Эльпоза. Я пошел мыть яблочки.
And, you know, the running joke is that the more coffee I drink, the worse the circles get. First couple of days, I was consuming a lot of coffee. Today, I've toned it down a bit. I want to give these players, you know, kind of some equal opportunity, some even footing to fight on.
It's been an unfortunate tournament for Germany thus far. Bottom of the standings, just 22 points, and Chris makes his way back into this roster. Of course, formerly was in it in 2019, now making his debut for 2022. And look, has a wealth of experience.
Let's see if he can do better than Dids. I just got to rip Dids a little bit. He came in and he didn't get any kills. He really wanted to at least get 1 or 2, but he tried. You know, it's tough, of course, coming off the bench like that. Chris is a superstar player. You know, everybody remembers how well Germany played at PNC 2019. It's basically the G2 roster, right, coming in there and playing together. So really, really fun to have him in there. I hope he does well. And we'll see exactly what it's going to look like. They have a difficult game ahead of them already, Xenox. They're Puerto Paraiso, circles clear on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and since we're obviously here onto Miramar, just bringing it up, so far through the first 3 days paper, the best teams on Miramar, or at least we'll just sort of look at the top 3. Brazil, 89 points, Finland, 75 points, Korea, 57 points. So you can clearly see the standout there for Brazil. I should mention, in terms of a reference, for the United Kingdom, they have 126 points on Erangel. So that is a clear standout for them on Erangel, but for Miramar, it's a little bit closer at the top.
Yeah, it's closer all around on Miramar. Miramar is a kind of a map that lends itself to more even footing fights. It just the way that the terrain kind of maneuvers.
Да, я угадаю. Пока меня не было, никто не умер. Да? Да, у всех все живые.
Also have the added benefit of making kind of on foot, you know, 4-on-4 ground battles a little bit more fair in some ways for all the teams and players involved.
Thailand on our screens here, and I think we'll give them a shout out. They had such a fabulous win yesterday, mate.
Всем привет, здорово. Вон в Индонезии есть женская лига PUBG Mobile. Ну так это Mobile.
As well to boot. It's not like they just won so convincingly like a 4v1. You knew they were going to win. It was a close standstill finish, and we got arguably the match of the tournament.
Oh, and both
замена?
and Seoul had opportunities to wreck the dream.
Кого
of
сменили?
Thailand getting a win on their home turf. I mean,
Вовремя.
You know, Sparking in particular, again, I had
Это определенно им сейчас поможет, кстати.
He said that in that moment, he first of all didn't realize that Thailand still had 4 up. He like kind of misread the situation a bit, and he also felt like he could have actually won that fight if there was a moment
Муку поменяли на кого?
Crouched when he didn't mean to, and he lost a bit of control of his recoil because of that. So, you know, it's little things. It's all the little things that matter in the heat of the moment like that the top players.
Может, он просто заболел?
Sometimes you don't necessarily catch it when you're watching it from home. So, and then Seoul just kind of whiffed on a few grenades. They went a bit too far. He didn't push off his own stuns fast enough that I thought he could have. So he also kind of didn't quite capitalize on the opportunity.
Continuing on, we've got Finland perfectly.
Даже если Германия выиграет те игры с минимум 10 фрагами, она все равно не выиграет турнир.
Which is currently where we've got the phase 1 circle. Now it's still early days, of course. Paper teams aren't maybe going to want to play Alpose just this early on. The question is, where do you go in an area?
Нет, дружище, ничего не лагает.
Yeah, it's hard to predict because the circle is.
Я болею за корейцев.
Either go like north, central. It likes to follow the road, the El Pozo road, the one that runs from La Coberia to El Pozo. Circles tend to kind of hover around that road. Now it can also go into the crater fields. It could go southeast of El Pozo. It can go into El Pozo. So those are like kind of the most likely zones. But again, anything's possible. We've already seen it this tournament that the circles on Miramar sometimes haven't done exactly what the statistics say they normally do.
Yeah, we've had some fun games on Miramar this tournament. There haven't really been that many dull ones. And yeah, maybe sometimes it does start a little bit slow, but even with this kind of circle, you can already start to ascertain that it's going to be.
Михаил, ты что, издеваешься надо мной? Ты же уже спрашивал.
Sharp shot on your screen here. Of course, every time we see the United States early in these games, you do have to just wonder what's going on with them. And the tournament thus far, 11th place, 61 points. They obviously had that win. That was great. But outside of that particular moment, Paper, it's been a tournament to forget.
Yeah, there hasn't been that level of aggression at times that I
Так я не комментатор, понимаешь? Я такой же зритель, как и вы, просто вы смотрите этот турик с моими комментариями и моим мнением. Кому это интересно, конечно же. Мы, кстати, с вами что-нибудь разыгрывать будем сегодня, нет? Сегодня, может быть, рюкзачок разыграю?
But realistically, 3 points behind that third place. And not only that, they're still in some kind of contention for obviously taking out the tournament. I've kind of
Почему, говорит, бразильцы на втором месте, а на каком должны быть?
coming into today that I think can still win it. I think China, Australia, they're just too far gone now.
I agree. I totally agree. I mean, I think that you have to be within 40, 45 points probably to even have a shot because you have to expect that Brazil and the UK in particular are going to put up some points. I mean, they're not going to zero out the whole day.
Немцы.
With the way they've been playing in particular. So,
сейчас смотрите, пацаны из Тайваня и Великобритании как закусятся. Но корейцы хорошо приехали, я вам скажу.
You got to come out swinging here if you're Korea, if you're Vietnam. And I will say an interesting kind of point to look at is that both Vietnam and Korea don't have a win yet.
Я доволен, как они приехали. У китайцев уже терки с турками.
Yeah, a chicken dinner every day. So coming into the final game, and then they due for another one as well. So there's so many storylines that we're looking to obviously unravel and sort of even close here on this final day. Smash for Turkey, watches China close by, who of course have improved as the tournament's gone on. But boy, that day one was a really bad day one.
Clearly, just not feeling each other, the communication and the kind of being on the same page just wasn't there for China.
Что тебя тревожит за Бразилию? Она сейчас опустится на пятое.
It's their coach, it's their two best players working together. Zhao Pian is their shot caller as well. You know, Aches left used to kind of being a leader on his own team. He literally owns his own team. Like, people don't know this. Aches left owns Peril. He owns Petrichor Road. So it's his team, and not only is it his team, he's the superstar on this team. So I think there's some kind of general ideas. Like
Капец, у меня там ветер окно долбит.
New Happy is content to kind of farm edges, try to third-party fights, kind of do these hit and fades, whereas Aches left is more, he likes to play center. He likes to play a little bit cautious early and then get aggressive mid to late game.
As we watch the United Kingdom with their rotation here, we should not be surprised that A, they're coming in late, that they're riding the blue wall, of course, because they've been doing it all tournament paper. It's such a
как ему везет, что его мотик останется целый.
Of course, in Brazil, who have had good positioning, compounds, etc. The UK have been arguably the best team this tournament, pushing in, fighting, clearing out teams. That's why they've obviously got that top spot right now. They'll have to continue that for another 5 matches tonight. We'll see how it plays. I guess maybe that's why they haven't been doing as well on Miramar, where things are a
В итоге он решил на него не бычить или что? Так, сейчас прок у нас будет, посмотрим. Спасибо, что это не Эль Поза. Корейцы сидят в центре зоны, проверяйте.
I feel like at this point though, Paper, it has to either hard commit onto trailer park or down to the south.
It has to go south.
It has to
Вот это вот будущий центр.
Yeah, and it could. You're right.
Still can go trailer
Look,
park.
the circles have been wild, so it still could go trailer park. You know, match them in the back.
Почему Inox один поехал?
Like say, please send it our way. Please send it up there. But it's going to be tough now. But teams like Korea, Finland, that are already kind of in this southern end of the circle, are really well situated as long as they can defend their territory.
Yeah, and what it does do is the entire western side of this phase 2 circle is cut out as well. BHC spray onto
Плохо
smash,
поспреял.
damage.
Мог выбить.
Brazil early on here to start the day. Of course, we saw that down from LFP1 was a revive that was successfully executed for Finland.
Сейчас турки к корейцам приедут.
That one, Brazil, like many teams, will of course have to sort of.
О, все, это ГГ для Фишера.
You want to push the car forward, not backwards. He gets run over by Silzen, but it was Zapao that technically gets the kill confirmation for Vietnam for our first death.
Технично задавил своего тиммейта, чтоб не мучился. В итоге турки едут к Инониксу, сейчас Инониксу ГГ будет, да? Иноникс уже, наверное, садится в машину и уезжает. Да.
The nice thing for Anonix there is he obviously has the information that they're on their way. Loki, Sol, Lash, they're shooting. They're saying, okay, you got to get out of there. They're getting by us, that we're not getting knocks, right? So you need to fall back, play defensive. And that's probably one of the strengths that we've really seen from Korea at this tournament. Just their ability to be defensive, be smart, not over-aggress, and not go for greedy plays.
And it's all on their play caller, Lash. This is just Lash to a T. He loves to play.
Ребята из Канады стали очень дерьмовое место. Дырявое максимально. Пацаны, немцы еще живые даже, понимаете? 12 минут игры, сдох один чел с Аргентины, и все.
Took the rocks, like Toffees was talking about, kind of an unusual setup that they tried. They went down to the beach, and then they got kind of pinned between UK.
Очень интересно, PUBG Corp.
In front of them, and Anonix just like blind sent it. It was with the rest. Well, the rest of his team didn't support him, and had they supported him, I think they could have made that work. It was really strange.
I was about to try and count how many teams are on the southern side of this phase 2 circle, and I realized it would be a lot easier if I count the teams up north, because there's only 4 of them. That means there's 12 teams in the bottom 50% of this phase 2 circle.
Мне кажется, хотя бы надо, что-то сделать с кругами, уменьшить, чтобы не было вот такой вот стадии. Во-первых, уменьшить время на лутание, может быть. В общем, тут экспериментировать надо максимально.
I'm actually somewhat surprised that we don't have any more action based off of this circle shift.
It is a bit surprising. I mean, I thought there might be some people kind of vying for some of the spots on Finland's mountain. You know, there is a little bit of room to kind of feel like you've got in there and you're comfortable.
Китайцы пешком пошли Бразилию фармить или что? Где их тачки вообще?
Circle's about to pop. This is going to be very, very interesting. It could go hard. Okay, it does go hard south, but it goes really southwest.
Yeah, very. And hence the west part of that south, right? You can see, again, how much it's unplayable. I kind of want to say like 35-40% of this is basically unplayable for phase 3. Now, China and Brazil, they're going to have to fight. And they're not the only ones at this point, Paper. I feel like half the lobby is going to have to fight to get into this next circle for phase 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an absolutely garbage circle. Like, let's just call it what it is. I love it. It's garbage, but I love it. China, yeah, they're gonna have to do something. Either breach through Brazil or find a way
вот
to rotate
4
around.
поинта Вьетнаму едут.
You've got all these teams backfilling towards the Vietnam battle line.
I love this though from Germany. I think you almost have to hard commit onto this compound. Oh, Duckmite, good angle, catches pains. I still like this though from Germany. This is probably the right play for the longevity. It just
1 поинт уже
it's
съели.
not ideal that they've lost pains. Otherwise, everything else pretty good.
A lot of teams are going to have to make hard decisions here. You know, there is going to be some losses, some teams that have to crash compounds. They have no other hope. Germany's only going to lose 1 in this. They're going to take kind of a half-half split here with Vietnam. Saki did get knocked in the midst of all of this, so Vietnam going to have to find a way to get over to the building. So China, it looks like they're going to try to leapfrog ahead of Brazil, but this is dangerous.
Ooh. Yeah, and this is of course going to mean we're going to be seeing a lot more action for the fact that we've still got half the lobby not inside of this circle.
Какие нахрен ВП, Андрей? Посмотри, кто играет.
Don't see him getting away from that one, and not inside of the circle. I'm not entirely sure. Can't quite see it from the minimap feed that we've got. But Axlef, Xiaopian, Xiaolu, they all make it to safety.
Это турнир сборных страны. Какой ВП?
Keenan now should get this down onto Kid X. Indonesia driving by somehow. Kid X stays alive. Not entirely sure how. Now we go up north. Thailand gatekeeping Australia.
All right, Nurin's here trying to pepper Australia a bit more with his SKS. Has found a decent amount of damage. Reinforcements now arriving for the Thai squad as he does get another shot to connect. He can kind of just barely see parts of them through the smoke.
Почему он им не сбил колеса, мне вот интересно.
Has to happen for Australia. They have to get out of this position. It's Finland up on top.
Yeah, and Corexy actually helping out Tiggleton there, and he was able to get away. Australia did have Luke 12.
Что там за Гарри Поттер у нее на табличке? Да в камеру покажи, куда ты показываешь? Ну блин. Не только русским. Ему из СНГ тут обрубили.
Yeah, 2 big points fall into the hands of Brazil early here to catch them up and win. Just going to get shot in the back there by Keenan with the mini, so he is down on the ledge. Meanwhile, Finland being attacked up top by Chinese Taipei. Grenades out, Corexy trying to hold the line. He's switching back and forth. Yamli coming from behind.
Oh, the nade gets thrown out. Underarm was a little bit too late. Yeah, gets knocked down, and Chinese Taipei push forward. Kill Corexy. Finland lose a player. Leo's able to confirm that one. Now into phase 4, and it, of course, does shift away from the unplayable terrain over towards Argentina, Korea, for example, and Brazil just outside of the circle. If they push in, if they wipe China,
где там Бразилия? Это что-то я не посмотрел.
Throws it. Does it bounce? No, bounces too far away, and it was thrown over the top of Canada. Keenan has one nade in his hand, throws it back the other way, up top, doesn't find what he's looking for as Adam gets knocked down by LP1.
Yeah, Canada could use a few smokes there. Now Thailand trying to
нок!
up, but Mal Rush up and over takes a big chunk.
Он прямо за спину ему ХЕ закинул. Почему они не нокаются?
Trying to get down off of this, but Yamli just in time with the M4 spray going to get the knock.
Good push forward. Didn't have a nade, but Leo does. He could throw this down. Thailand actually just getting into the vehicle. Balmoth and Janku sending it out of here. Straight towards Monty. Needs to find 2 kills here, but he just doesn't have a chance.
Ой-ой-ой, вот это такой фейл.
What a play from Thailand, but it's now only Janku that's left, and he cannot survive. Flood takes him down. Australia find the kills, but they do lose Monty for it. Now just down to Flood.
Yeah, the edges sometimes not trying to
У немцев еще один нок.
Great that one game yesterday. Other than that, it's been difficult. Japan now trying to defend UK. Run AXB going to throw some utility out. USA
закрыли американцев. Канада. Ну, мне кажется, даже два мужика из Британии спокойно JPN должны закрывать. Но хотя им там назят Тайвань с горы.
Defend their compound, which they were in, obviously, from basically phase 1. So Vard, Fex, Michael still alive. They lose T-Bone, but they've got 1 kill. Whereas Brazil, update for them, 4 kills inside the circle. And
фармит киллы.
Onto a wounded China who only has the 2 players. So again, Miramar shaping up to be a good result for Brazil. 6 points behind the United Kingdom.
Yeah, Tiggleton going to go down to the blue there as Canada still trying to work their way in on this edge, but you can see out in front of them is a long, flat plane that's going to be rather difficult. They've got a hill for now, but I don't know if they can get to that next one safely. A lot of teams are going to be watching it.
Майкл отправляется в лобби, его уже не подымут никак.
Helping out Japan a little bit there, and now Brazil making it rain. They aren't going to pick up that point. It's actually going to be Diggory from Finland getting it, but again, Canada just has such a difficult situation in front of them.
Yeah, and big for Diggory to deny that point, not only to allow Finland to get
Это Тайвань.
but of course denying it away from
Chinese Taipei.
almost captures VAR, but he's able to get inside safely. Can heal up. They did lose Michael.
Так, ну ребята из UK тут где-то в буточке у нас торчат. О! Да как? Ну, мне кажется, должен был этого лежачего мужичка за 2. Хорошо. Скидывает хил сейчас тиммейту.
Alright, this circle doing really odd stuff. I mean, let me put it this way. If you run 10,000 games of PUBG in the esports mode, only about 2 are going to end somewhere.
Так он еще в доме может потусить в углу, кстати.
This is almost island levels of unusualness. So
it is certainly unique.
Бразилия, что, во Вьетнам поехали?
I don't know a ton about this part of the map because games so rarely end here.
Okay, big moment
Не, просто на край.
pushed up for Vietnam, and they've been aggressive in the past at this tournament. If he finds a knock, maybe he can throw Brazil.
Вард Шеву забрал.
If Brazil don't see him, if they don't clear that position,
забрали поле еще, и забрали Кейна там.
In second, VHC getting close. LFP1 is a little bit further up the hill.
А, так Джапан закрылись, нахрен. Окей. Вот это Глориас может быть неожиданностью для Бразилии, очень даже.
Yeah, Glorious just has to worry about Haven first, and he hears the footsteps, just going to wait it out. Brazil not comfortable to push over just yet. I don't think LFP1 can see Glorious from that position. Certainly not with the shack and the hillside in the way.
Но он кого-то подловит, он должен кого-то подловить.
The setup for Vietnam is that they do have the ability to hamper Brazil to protect Glorious. If he has to run away, though, that's where things might get a little bit more difficult.
Фекс еще в отличную яму заехал. Еще тут пофармит с кайфом. Корее дальше будет нелегко. Вот как он не нокается? Бразил. Они идут спасать своего? Это может быть большой ошибкой. Ай, хорошо. Ой, китайцы! Ой, китайцы, как вышли! Сюда сейчас еще Корея подтянется.
This is great news for everybody else who's still in those other 3 spots that have potential to catch up. Somehow, decent spray on the
Майнус Бразил. Руслан, шалом, а ты почему не участвуешь? Потому что я русский. О май гад.
Good clean play for Vietnam. A massive game so far.
Куда полетел? За зону полетел нахрен. Он еще и сдохнуть может. Но они знают, что вьетнамец один остался. И Ноникс! Боже! Ездюк! О, Дигери приехал. Эх, Фекс не смог, не смог. Хуёб-то тоже не может. А Фекс может? Фекс может. Фекс выжимает, фармит поинты. У турков вообще все хорошо по зоне. Аргентина сидит в буточках, кайфует, чилит.
Korea's going to try a rotation to the other side of this. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Korea trying to bust the compound and trying to take Argentina out.
Yeah, I think that might be the best.
Корейцы сейчас могут сдохнуть на ротации.
Roaming around Quetpa, Lyron on the other side of this ridge. Assault pulls up Loki as well. And yeah, Vex, a big play here for the United Kingdom, getting them absolutely crucial placement points. Who knows when it's all said and done, the last match of the day, Paper, it could come down to 1 or 2 points. And that
Давай, давай, Фекс, нази им! Нази, нази!
Devastating for everybody else behind him. I mean, Korea would have loved for Turkey to gone up there and finish the job, but Quetpa, you know, doesn't quite have enough of an angle there with the way that that car is angled. next to that rock. You can't really see that well under it, and there might be a fight brewing here on the other side.
Корейцы поехали на лицо туркам. Эффекс доедает Ноки. Так, плюс фраг до Фекса. А вы вдвоем куда поехали? Камон, турки такой корм просто для корейцев.
Argentina isn't pushing any further forward towards the center of this circle right now. They fear something. I don't know what it is. There's nobody in those other houses. They don't want to push for them just yet. Meanwhile, Vex is just chilling. I mean, he's got this circle. I'm pretty sure this has to go like east, I think, for the next circle. But again,
корейцам надо убить Фекса и все, и больше никто им не будет назить. И дальше они выигрывают игру.
To Vex falling here for the United Kingdom. It's job done though for this game in terms of scraping points that maybe he should not have had. Loses that vehicle, circle shift on your screens onto the compound of Argentina. That's going to make it difficult for Korea in the long run.
Дальше корейцы убивают Фекса. О, как ты подписался, Ярослав? Спасибо тебе огромное за подписочку. Там что, типа через VPN или из-за бугра? Добро пожаловать, спасибо. О, капец, спонсоры, да, лаганутые сейчас. У меня вообще все наперекосяк у него.
Rank tank for a second place finish, that could be massive, even more so for the United Kingdom. But a tremendous job from Vex so far, has got that lead of the UK up to 12 points now in front of Brazil, with of course now Korea starting to close the gap to second place. It's only 25 points and they can still get more from this game.
Well, it just felt like it was a matter of time for Korea or Vietnam before they break through with a win. I mean, you can't.
Но, блин, ребят, корейцы выигрывают тут. Я думаю, что у Аргентины просто нет шансов против корейцев. Единственное, у корейцев есть тачки, у корейцев в целом все нормально, даже если зона уйдет на Аргентину. Лишь бы Фекс им сейчас не заруинил остатки тачек. Но Фекса уже выдавливает. Он, скорее всего, просто сдохнет от синьки и все. Все. Корея vs Аргентина. Конечно, позиционка у Аргентины намного лучше. Хотя, слушайте, корейцы на дороге, по-моему, даже играть могут, да, без проблем. У них есть Мирада, у них 3 машины, короче, у них все нормально, даже если зона уйдет прямо на Аргентину. Аргентина как пуси играют, они с одним фрагом до сих пор. У Вьетнама, между прочим, 9 фрагов в этой игре. Ребят, не забудьте лайк свой оставить. Не забудьте лайк поставить. Чё? Розыгрыш рюкзачка будем делать? Нет в телеге? Короче, давайте розыгрыш рюкзака сделаю в Телеграме. У кого есть желание, подписывайтесь на телегу, сейчас все ссылки дам. Ссылки в описании есть в любом случае.
They're going to fan some players out as best they can to try to, again, encapsulate, create a concave around Argentina's position to harass the heck out of him, because Argentina has to leave that compound probably sooner than Korea has to move, so it's going to be rather challenging for them. There are probably going to be a fair amount of smokes in the bag for Argentina still, enough that they're going to be able to make a run at it, but again, it's wide open space in the middle of this circle. There's a road, there's a little bit of a deficit.
Все, рюкзак PUBG, розыгрыш телеги запустил, сейчас все ссылки оставлю.
Gets knocked on the way out of that compound and forces a 4 versus 2. Martinson trying to find Loku, gets to the tree, and of course has that vehicle there for cover. Great, inside of the circle. That's step 1. Not only the position, but the angle he will have looking into the compound too. Big result here for Korea.
And what's weird is it's actually pretty important what happens with this truck when it blows up. Like, how much cover is it going to leave Loki in that position? Silzen smart here to blow it up, because if it bounces in a funky direction, then Loki has a lot less cover to work with. And I really like what Argentina's doing here, being proactive in this late game scenario to make things potentially more difficult for Korea. Meanwhile, the other three grouping up for the push. This is pretty quintessential Korea here. I wouldn't be surprised if they just try to, again, encapsulate Argentina's position. I don't expect them to crash.
This is a critical moment, though. Going into phase 9, if Korea have all four alive, I favor them greatly. They'll get some more cover here as well. Of course, Argentina, they don't have to leave the compound just yet, but they're not finding these knocks. That vehicle, of course, now no longer really that great for cover, but for Argentina phase 9 paper, they will have to leave these compounds, and when they do so, they're down a player, they're running out to the open, they're going to have to rely on smokes. It's not going to be pretty.
Center circle's right on the middle of the road.
Ну что, смотрим. Наконец-то Аргентину выдавило частично хотя бы из кемпа.
They might be able to get over here, but again, Loki and Solar that are on the other side by that. I don't know what that is.
Позиционно Аргентина намного лучше.
They have the opportunity to potentially see this, so it is going to be a little bit challenging.
Right now, though, nothing coming to a head. Both teams with a stalemate. Of course, Korea have the advantage in terms of the numbers, but if Argentina find an early knock, then it brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Korea will have to move away from this soon. Ali, can he find the knock? No. Loki lands a tag back the other way. And now he'll force out the med kit.
I like that. It's like the backwards. Like, already, it's good.
Я тоже думаю, что корейцы победят.
So challenging for Argentina, and I mean this in a.
Корейцам очень нужна эта победа. Аргентине уже плевать, ей за первые места не побороться. Это, конечно, не исключает того, что им тоже надо. Но, слушайте, сейчас корейцев первых выдавит. А если у них кончились смоки, это очень плохо. Они не дали ни одного нока. Нок! Ну, Он дал один нок, но это 2 в 2. Корейцы слишком плохо. Смоков не осталось у них. Эх! Эх!
What a play here from Ali on the side to take down Lash. That busted things open for them. The grenades start connecting. Korea doesn't have any choice. The lines are
Жалко, что это не корейцы. Ну, у них кончились смоки у корейцев. И позиционно, конечно, они были в менее выгодной позиции тут, да, но... Да, сегодня последний день. Все верно. Я уже устал участвовать и нифига не выигрывать. Ну, кот, когда-нибудь повезет.
But it was a difficult circle to play here for the Avenger. Not easy.
Again, it's been the story of the tournament. These circles are absolutely insane, right, guys? And, you know, the lucky thing is that once you saw the third circle pop is because they're so much unplayable on the western sides of the rocks, they kind of knew where to go, so they could kind of set themselves up. But I will say this, UK being able to salvage a third and that amount of kills from that is quite impressive. But Argentina with their second win?
I mean, and that's the reality. So we'll start with Argentina. They got the win. They deserve the flowers for that. They definitely had some luck with the way that circle shifted towards the compound, but the reality is Korea's onslaught on the top of that road was about as good as they could have played it, and Argentina was able.
Так, ребят, не забывайте перед уходом там лайк свой поставить. У нас с вами 5-минутный перерыв и следующая игра.
Argentina earned the end of that game.
Big highlights coming in from this game as well. All the teams thinking it can't go more west than this, right? Right, and then it just kept going, but Argentina is saying that compound, some big fights going on in the hills as well. Korea, I liked a lot of the moves they were making on that kind of southeast side and trying to find themselves a spot.
Had they have had more utility than they did, and they were able to smoke up the rope and take off Argentina. That little ridge that they had, that was a huge advantage. That would have been a different game. There are 4 versus 3 as well.
Yes.
Корея вполне себе может топ брать по результатам сегодняшних игр, так что...
has amped it up. They're turning it up to 11. They played aggressively. They took third parties. They walked through that fight that was happening between sort of China and Vietnam and everyone else, and they are in this, and I think they start a push.
They're here to have a big day, and we know that South Korea can definitely do it. This is a good start for them, but Argentina, more points on the board, more movement up the leaderboards as a whole, and to be fair to Argentina, they did move here through this game. They just found a nice compound at the very end.
There's a long rotation, of course, but
yes,
Korea's utility users there was the story for me. That was wild, but it wasn't enough.
He's like, I wish they had more, but they used 31 smokes. I mean, you can't physically carry more at that point.
No, definitely not. And overall, though, I mean, the interesting thing is that not many frag grenades used between some of these top teams.
Right.
There are a lot of just firefights here in this kind of area.
It's not like we've seen, you know, the 12, 15, 16 grenades used. And this is used, obviously, not what you had in your inventory. They were managing to use as much.
But I think that speaks to what happened with this circle. A lot of the teams realize this is going to become a very strategic style to play. We're going to have to work without a lot of cover. Let's focus on smoke utility. Let's focus on positional placement. And that's the reflected in the lack of grenades and Molotovs.
Very open areas. We saw a lot of kind of long-range firefights. I mean, even Fex had sightlines on Sapao, who was on the other side of the circle.
Effectively, this road is also like, you know, it's a river basically, right? You have to cross it. It's like coming up, and it's so open around it. The area that Fex had, also being able to steal that one kill, taking out, that's crazy.
And I think, go ahead. All right, so that's where we end up, right? Is that we talked about Argentina's win. Korea's looking really good, but it is the takeaway. United Kingdom did have a very long way to go. They drop on the other side of the map, and they managed to survive a couple of losses and get so deep in this game.
I had my concerns when I first saw those circles, but then we started theorizing, well, at least they have that long rotation, Martin, to be able to get them towards the north of that circle and then down.
Yeah, and they're the last ones to do that rotation, right? So all the other teams that are in front of them, they can make the kind of easy mistakes of trying to get deeper. They're aware they're going to be the last team, so they're playing it like they're going to be the last team, and they're scouting and getting the information. The breach onto the Japan compound was what got them here in the top 3.
A win for Argentina, but not the biggest win. 15 points goes their way. Korea, Turkey, Vietnam, all with the double digits. And again, that salvage mission here from the United Kingdom pays dividends. I mean, if you get yourself this many points on this game, it's not too bad, especially for them in first. And actually moving that gap between Brazil a little bit wider.
Yeah, just a slightly little bit there, but them being able to salvage the game here, we were talking about it, Thomas, right? They're salvaging the amount of points they're getting out of the Miramar, considering how hard they timed it. It's Miramar, they're getting points here. If they're able to get, you know, an average of 10, 15, which is high. If they're able to get 10 each Miramar, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, huge. I will say, gentlemen, Toffees, a great way to start our final day here with an absolute veteran of the scene in Silzen.
It is. It's Silzen who gets player of the match because the team won. He put in the 2 kills. They locked up their position and played it well. Nothing to take away from there. Total leaderboard, though, United Kingdom does start to spread that lead just a little bit more. Brazil left the door open. Brazil needs points on Miramar.
And it's a nice move for Argentina as well. They move on to the left side of this board after the victory here, Martin, which is going to be bumping up their prize pool.
Yeah, huge, massive jump up there for them. And they're now only within 5 points of Australia. They have had a rough yesterday.
3 days, it feels.
Yesterday was absolutely crazy for them. So low amount of points.
The first day for Australia felt like a real nice, brilliant start for their campaign. It's not really materialized since then, though.
You know,
48 points and 10 yesterday.
They're a team that thrives off of chaos. I'm just saying they're used to that. That's how they play. And the reality is on day 1, they made the most of it. It's not working as well right now as the teams have gotten more settled in. But what I love is Vietnam and Korea are inside of about 23 points of getting into that mix of first and second. And the reality is both of those teams have shown us their potential to do that in even just 1 game.
No, indeed. There's Chinese Taipei here now gearing up into the next game. The breakdancers of the tournament here, Martin.
Yeah, and also one of the veterans there coming in. Leo, representing last time, have played a lot of tournaments the last 3-4 years on the international stage. And Yan Li, of course, we saw him yesterday with some absolutely insane bolt action knock shots from the car.
Так, ну что там у нас? Сколько до следующей игры? Кто знает?
Them being too strong, but it's simply just because the players are too strong.
And we'll check in with the U.S. currently in 12th place. You can see it on their faces, though. This is a team that is not going to be happy with that if this is where they end up. The reality is they got the middle of the map uncontested. They expected great things. Their fans expected great things. And I can tell you, being from the region expected better things.
Definitely. I mean, again, you know, we've repeated time and time again here, Martin, that ultimately this is a team that can do extraordinary things on paper.
Kickstart with his own organization, with his own club.
О, шарпшотик.
So well
Левша?
and also being able to pick up fraction of points. Been a rough tournament. I don't want to put it on him. In general, it's a team effort here. It could also, we've been joking a little bit about it, it could also be Sonic's hiding the stress from other guys, so they can get
in theory,
PC7.
I mean, they're not playing Sonic's PUBG. That's 100% apparent. So whether or not they're hiding it or they're conflicting in their calls, who's to know? All we do know is it's just not working. Now, and if it isn't working, what you do in the next 4 games is you just go all out. You try for some highlight reels, you try to represent yourself.
Блин, это ж надо.
Well,
А клавиатура для левшей есть? Или он клавиатуру держит где-то вот здесь нафиг? А, вы не видите. Ладно, там все равно игра начинается. Это как он клавиатуру-то держит, чтоб ему удобно было? Или они перебинживают куда-то? Вообще жесть. PUBG Nations Cup.
Well, Fex might have just won this event for them. Like, that might have been it. That might have been enough points that Korea can't catch up, that Brazil maybe just doesn't have a good enough day here. That first game, not good enough. You know, Korea needs to win that game if they're going to make a run for the championship, and that had to be a tilter. I can't imagine what they're feeling right now because that game felt very winnable.
Так, ну что, у нас следующий Мирамар. Самолет, кстати, не так уж и плох. Куда полетят бразильцы? Они уже выпрыгнули, походу, да? Где-то в начале, Пуэрто-Парашу. Какие карты сегодня? 3 Мирамара, 2 Эрангеля.
I want to know if we're on the same page here, because coming into today, I felt like Brazil needed 3 good games on Miramar. Now, I feel like they need 2 great games.
Yeah, I agree with you. I totally do. I mean, I think, you know, again, Brazil probably needed to be 20 points ahead.
Ох, Турок опасно, конечно, забрал тачку у пацана. Ну дай только вверх, давай не вниз опять. Эту зону мы 100 раз видели, давай вот эту, вот эту. Слава яйкам. Спасибо огромное. Вот посмотрим. Ну, бразильцы сейчас просто вот так вот проедут, нафиг с края заедут. Вот так. И нормально все у них будет. Хотя не очень-то бы и хотелось. Это не будет Эльпоза, это будет Лос Леонос.
Far circle away from them, literally on the opposite side of the map, like we talked about with Germany in the last one. Similar situation that Brazil's going to be facing here onto this one. I'd love to see Brazil take their time on this. I'd love to see a long westerly rotation, go all the way past El Pozo, through by La Coberia, somewhere around there, get on some high ground, get some information early, you know, kind of calm down a little bit, and then try to, you know, strike, make your moves in the mid to late game. And I will say that Brazil has bounced back nicely after some bad games previously in this event. You know, Sparking seems to have a really good mentality for this. He's like really got these guys pumped up even when things go sour.
A massive game from Sapao has him #1 for the kills from 5 kills, in fact, 659 damage. But Sol definitely takes my eyes there. 900 damage from 3 kills. That is a ridiculous amount of damage that obviously didn't quite get the full reward, but still a decent game for Korea and Seoul.
He's insane. He's absolutely insane. I mean, he's been cracked since I can remember, you know, back in the Media Bridge Square days. You know, Porosaurus and I were just pointing at this guy.
Так, стоп. А в Австралии этот Флат он был? Или его заменили? Что-то я не помню. Люка помню, Тиглтона помню, Монти помню, а вот Флат... Что-то не помню его.
He's really talented in terms of positioning himself in ways that people don't expect. He has unbelievable spray control with the ARs in particular.
Я так понимаю, у них Диглтон колледж, что ли?
A monster. He's an actual monster.
Yeah. Of course, Australia on your screens right now. They were considered one of the contenders for the PUBG Nations Cup, of course, with names like Tiggleton, Luke 12, Flood, and for those unaware of Monty, a top player from the APAC region. It hasn't worked out well for them. After a pretty good day one as well, mind you, they averaged like 10 points a game on the first day, but day two, day three, nothing worked out well for them at all, and obviously the start today hasn't been any better.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at this point, you're just struggling to find.
Мощный смеш, конечно, мощный. Тупо булзай на максималках, ну реально. Мне кажется, если бы мы когда-нибудь с булзаем поехали на турик, в те времена еще, я не помню, Смэш играл тогда или нет, но вот поставь рядом Смэша и булзая, можно было бы сказать, что это два брата.
Should they be in that sort of mindset now where, okay, I'll use Korea as an example, 36 points behind the United Kingdom. Now, if you hot drop them, say the next match,
только разговаривают что-то на разных языках.
they get nothing, and then you go and have like a 20 point kind of game, suddenly, then you've got 2 games to go, and you're in contention. Is that something that has to go into their mindset?
Sure. I mean, it's something worth considering, and also another thing to consider is like trying to do a rotation trap, right? Where you set up a barricade at a likely rotation path of the UK team, like, right? You know the UK team likes to come in from like the northeast side of circles a lot of time, right? On Miramar in particular. So set up a trap.
Блин, что-то у меня башка в шоке.
See if you can cut them off, you know, cut down a few of their players, 2 or 3, and then really just hammer.
Ну чё, смотрим на ротации.
Tremendous job with 1-2 players and been able to find some kills, get placement points. So they've really been scrapping and fighting throughout the entire tournament.
А этот на Дозу похож. Что-то есть сходства такие.
We look at Vietnam on our screens, and boy, what a fabulous tournament for them. 131 points right now, only 2 points behind second place Korea. I had them 6th in my power ranking, so I'm not overly surprised, but there are probably many out there who are like, wow, Vietnam's really good.
Well, you and I both agreed on Vietnam as being an unbelievably talented team individually. Chlorides in particular has been absolutely insane in the last year. Just winning, you know, multiple MVP titles in the Vietnam PUBG League. He comes into the PC.
Ну, в общем, как я и говорил, Бразилия едет по этому краю. Посмотрим, как у них там будет. Заезд. Ну, вообще, они на достаточно поздних таймингах едут.
They obviously still believe that they can win this tournament. It's only 12 points. That's nothing. They'll feel confident. They got a really long trip behind IAG, though. Val del Mar is where they're currently located with 3 minutes to go all the way up to La Cobria. So a long drive up the Western Highway.
Что это у него за съезд такой, блин?
And honestly, I just hope that we can have that sort of grandstand finish at the end of the day between them and the United Kingdom.
Yeah, they're making the rotation. I was really hoping that they would make, and this is exactly what they should be doing in this situation. And you know, you say you like underdogs. Is that because you're from down?
Видите, довольно-таки поздние тайминги у них сейчас для передвижения, но в принципе тот край зоны он пока полностью фри. Посмотрим, как там Вьетнам заедет, как заедет Корея. Немцы тоже. Немцы вообще постоянно на поздних таймингах заезжают, я не понимаю. Вообще никуда не спешат. Финны в центре, Тай в центре, но они так и падали, так и лутались. Это, кстати, может быть верхнее болото вот это вот. Очень вероятно, кстати, очень прям вероятно, что там зона будет верхняя именно. Потому что очень часто с такой зоной именно вот это вот верхний кусок получается.
Right now, not as friendly, and so it's just a matter of kind of the experience and the preparation. I'm sure they have it. They're just going to have to kind of learn from some of the great edge playing teams right now. See what they do. You know, get in. I think for me, it's get information early. Oh, Teddy, dude, Teddy's been absolutely nuts this event.
Yeah, certainly has. I thought coming into it for Indonesia.
Ну, Смэша должны вроде как спасти, но потеряют еще одну машину. А, нет, Смэша доели.
Just not going well, and Canada might smell blood in the water here, knowing that the United States have had a rough tournament, probably not mentally all there. You get the early down, why not at this point just try and kill them.
Ну, Кикстарта походу отпустят, что ли, хотя вроде как пытаются дожать, но Хае плохие дает. Если уж Хае не попал, то Моликом-то чё? Еще и в бубен получил. Он 2 в голову схватил. 2 в голову с Эмки не нокают? Или он получил в шею, может быть? Или может у него шлем был, и он получил 1 в голову? Шлем коцанный был, наверное. Как это славян нет? А финны кто? Финно-угры? Финны не славяне?
I'm intrigued to see where they're going to send this one. Of course, Lakob is still completely open, but it's far too early to probably send it in there. What about north of Lakob?
Yeah, you can go up there. This is not unlikely in some ways. Like, there's basically kind of 3 zones that these circles want to go, either northwest towards Lakobertia, to the east of the Oasis, or to the south. Those are the 3 most likely. It's like you're making a peace symbol out of it or something.
Не так далеко.
That's where everybody's kind of setting up right now. If you look, it's like a wishbone, right? That's what everybody's kind of fanned out on the map.
Смотрите, вот такой вот прок сейчас будет.
And it's the northeast one.
Это будет, блин, хотя... Корейцы, смотрите, как едут. Просто сейчас половина корейцев высыпется на ротациях, мне кажется.
Yeah, just drive through the Oasis and try to hide out. I mean, that's... Yeah, they don't even get to try to pre-rotate. They're already in the vehicles anyway, no matter what. So now everybody's on the scramble because there's only so many places to play over on this, because it's the further east you go, the worse the terrain gets. And so teams are scrambling. And Japan leading the pack of teams, trying to get down that road. But you've got the UK already positioned there.
Yeah, and Thailand in a good position. Of course, they're going to catch a lot of teams rotating past them. We just saw Japan go past them. China, I think Korea might also come into their sight line. Very difficult shots to land, though. That kind of angle, that kind of distance. Of course, they're in the vehicle, so for Thailand, probably not expecting them to find a knock or a kill there. Fex does find one, though, and T-Bone. They're going to be absolutely loving this circle shift, and all of their teams making their way to this compound. Japan have essentially just fed them 4 very easy kills. There's only 1 left standing, and not even for much longer. That was...
Japanese у нас уехали в лобби со своими ротациями мощными. У азиатов очень плохие ротации, очень плохие. Ягар, так они тоже славяне. Я, например, живу в Удмуртской республике. У нас тоже удмурты типа финно-угры. У тебя пол страны финно-угров живет. Алло. Сейчас тебе скажу, там где-то в Сибири финно-угры. Сейчас погуглим. Сам ты скандинав, Евгений. Скандинав нахрен. Финно-угры живут Западная Сибирь, Центральная, Северная и Восточная Европа. К западу от Урала. Они россияне?
They're just going to set up shop, wait this one out. A lot of teams going to have to do that right now. Circle probably going to keep going east. Yeah, northeast.
Блин, 13 минут. Благо, хотя бы одна команда отлетела, но и то это был не файт, а тупо на ротации подловили, уничтожили. Бразильцы заехали на эти холмики с водой.
determining factor for the rest of this tournament. If they do in fact get this circle shift onto the 2-2 split they've got, those compounds, this could be a massive game for them to continue to extend that lead, especially in a game whereby Brazil don't look like they're in the best of position to do a whole lot either. So this lead could really go out into the 20-point kind of margin with only then one more game to go on Miramar.
And nobody's contesting Michael's spot. Now this does the unusual shift.
Wow.
Well, this is the story of this tournament. The circles do the unusual shifts, and now
Жень,
it's going to start heading
иди погугли,
probably more
кто
south. I say that,
считается
but
скандинавами.
on the north, again, to the east of the USA, where China, Australia are, that you could fit a circle in there.
Yeah,
Специально
I'm
загуглил.
north, I'm sorry, but I'm just looking at Thailand right now, and obviously the crowd, you may have heard them briefly.
Бразильцы не умеют в ротацию. Бразильцы... Бразильцы умеют сидеть в центре. Причем мастерски, кстати. Так, мужички, у нас 15 лукасов до соточки, напомню вам. Пока ничего особо такого интересного не происходит. И напомню, что происходит в Телеграме розыгрыш рюкзачка PUBG. Прикольного. Третьего.
And even like I was gonna comment that the UK kind of getting away with one for free. Teddy just is absolutely wild. I mean that's Strimzy steals it, but still he got the knock.
Живущие в России народы не славяне по умолчанию. А я что, сказал обратное? Финно-угры это не славяне, хорошо. Пусть они будут не славянами. Я думаю, что если перед тобой поставить финно-угры и славянина, ты их внешне не отличишь никак. В большей массе своей. Как будто я говорю, что все живущие в России славяне. Что за чушь вообще?
Landed the headshot. Now this is where it's getting really difficult for Brazil, and the Brazilian fans will probably start sweating a little bit here. Haven goes down. That's Caraxi, and it's further bad news for the team. Is second. Nice headshot from Jimboy, but he ran out of ammunition, so he has to reload, get back inside of the building. But LFP1, BHC still alive for Brazil, but boy, their chances of getting anything from this game just dwindle rapidly by the second.
Вот и поплыли бразильцы. 0 киллов. 0 шансов. Потому что они в центре.
Gotta love the smart heads-up play there from Adam to drive that car behind Brazil's back line. So VHC has an opportunity, gets a little bit of damage into.
Нет, Максим, я не утверждал 5 минут, что они славяне. Можешь переслушать меня. Я сказал, что они финно-угры. И, так скажем, да славяне они. Типа с отмашкой. Что ты рассказываешь? Я отчетливо сказал, что они входят в группу финно-угорских народов. И не надо меня...
Really much of a future for them in this particular game. Circle shift onto the UK as well. Northeast, like we maybe expected from the circle earlier.
Поправлять, если ты неправильно меня понял. Можешь заново отмотать и переслушать.
Canada's falling apart. Shimboy just runs Finn over. He knew he was dead. There was no hope of getting him back. And great shooting from Tiggleton with that mini. That's the Tiggleton we know and love. And now Vietnam has to make their move across Thailand's sight lines. But right now, they haven't taken much damage. They might
Где-то грустит один Андромеда. Он сейчас подождет. Он сейчас ничего писать не будет. Подождет, пока корейцы сдохнут.
South side of the circle getting heavily congested. In the minimap you can see 3 up for Turkey, 1 down now for Vietnam. And Duckmite Onyx got that down with the SLR. Quetpa wanted to probably try and get that steal, but does not want to overpeak the area. The Murado is still there, a little bit of cover, but gets eliminated by Acelef. Duckmite goes down, now Sapout falls to Seoul. Big points here being collected by Korea.
Yeah, they really need these. I mean, again, the last game wasn't good enough, so this one has to be even better for Korea if they have any hope of getting into that top spot. Brazil is going to go down in the background in 14th place, so 0 points for them in this game, and that's going to extend the UK's lead even further.
And puts even further emphasis now on Korea to continue to have a good day. Only 23 points behind Brazil. You finish this game off strong, get some kills, have a really good result. Suddenly, even second, looking very very comfortable for them as we continue to see Turkey on the outside. They will find the down onto Teddy, but stolen by Leo. So many steals happening at this event.
Yeah, I mean, Korea now kind of thinking maybe they want to get out onto these ledges, maybe go for a little bit of damage. I could see them at least considering it. Australia now has to maybe fight Finland. Finland going for the group up and the move out, but Australia hot on their heels. How aware is Finland of this pressure? Okay, now they definitely know.
Definitely aware. Page, though, is he a little bit stuck over towards that little concrete building. On the move now, Finland looking to provide a bit of cover, get over to this position, and maybe look to just try and rotate past and away from Australia. We'll see if any knocks happen. You'll see.
Так, а что там, где корейцы-то? Корейцы у нас в горах. Кстати, у корейцев очень хорошая позиция на самом деле, для того, чтобы хорошо сыграть эту игру. Финны крутят, сейчас они будут в оупене. Они, конечно, смогут там рассосаться по камням, но это как бы конечное для них, если зона уйдет в сторону корейцев. Там неплохо еще сидит Великобритания в кемпе под горой. Они могут и туда, и сюда играть.
USA has a great position in a lot of ways. They can just kind of work down this hill. This hill is actually so tall, you can kind of get away with a lot that you normally wouldn't be able to. But they have China up ahead, and they're going to know. They're going to see him right away.
And they get the circle shift from the heavens for phase 5. From the heavens, kickstart throwing the nade on top of China. Aches left down, courtesy of sharp shot inside of the shack though. Very difficult to land the nade.
Капец, китайцев уничтожили. Так, зона у нас ушла вверх, и сейчас тут начнется полная жопа. Финны, кстати, в итоге нормально там посидят. Они потеряли только одного, и сейчас они, получается, на краю там одни, грубо говоря. И сейчас для них время фарма начнется. В рельеф им, по-моему, позволяет как раз вот все эти ротации сейчас. А, нет, подождите, рельеф им не позволит тут сыграть. Они там будут, короче, отсиживаться без фрагов пока. Что будут делать британцы, мне интересно. Остались ли у корейцев машины? Они начинают файтиться с турками. Ну, Тайвань должны ребята из Таиланда двоих-то хотя бы. Блин, нам показывают какую-то херню. У нас там китайцы уничтожают USA. Они так хорошо вроде пацаны из Америки накидали им гранат, разнокали и потом сфейлились. Что-то ничего не понял. Как это произошло, и нам ничего не показали.
Well aware of what the situation is. He has a ton of damage, full health himself. It's going to take a heck of a shot here from H-Win to finish the job, and he does! How did he do that? H-Win with a big result on the mid.
Сеул в ноке. И Ноник с лоу хп. Начинают они файтиться с Тайванью. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй. Да как это так вообще? Алкаши. Ну тут тяжело, тут понятно, что тяжело, конечно, с этой стороны выбраться. Не забрал все-таки он фраг. Обидненько. Немцы еще вдвоем где-то живут, кстати. В итоге у нас UK имеют очень крутую позицию. Прям очень крутую позицию для того, чтобы фармить. Финны кончились тем временем. Аргентина что-то в центре, походу, посидела, да? 2 фрага имеет только. Но я думаю, что британцы должны забирать игру. От Тайваня домой. Они хотя бы 4 фрага сделали. Твои кореша из Южной Америки вообще просто сдохли. Так что давай, наберешь.
Здравия желаю, братан. Когда в реале высадимся СВО.
Чё-то ни хрена не понял.
Yeah, I mean, UK can just wait this out at this point. There's no reason for them to get hot and heavy to fight too much. Again, the
Это была попытка политизировать что-то? Ничего не понял. Спасибо, Александр, за поддержку, конечно, но... Темы политические стараюсь не обсуждать.
Their 3 players. They're not the only ones wounded. Of course, Argentina down to 3, Germany down to 2, as Australia look to push in onto Argentina. Yeah, they're crashing in here right now. The opening knock for Monty is good.
Если британцы выиграют эту игру, я думаю, что они уже будут первыми, скорее всего. Типа будет слишком уже сложно.
They're doing a great job holding this down, frankly.
Thailand, though, are wrapping on the western side, pushing up. Now, Luke 12's the anchor, watching that position. Janky, you can kind of just see on your screen in the backside there. He'll be looking
Мне хотелось уже сказать... Мне кажется, он хотел сказать, когда в реале увидимся, бро, а написал, когда в реале высадимся, СВО. Правильно?
I love the play by Australia. I think it's absolutely the move. Having that high ground position above Argentina, I think they thought that would have gone a little bit better. But yeah, like you said, Thailand now trying to hit them from the side. But something about this, it doesn't feel good for Thailand. So they throw some stuns and back right off.
T-Bone, Vex, Vard are wrapping up north, getting close.
Так. У нас там поинт на британцев бежит. Плюс поинт сейчас будет в копилочку. Надо звук денежек, когда убивают кого-то из немцев.
Level 3 gear and Groza. All right, there you go. That is absolutely ideal at this stage of the game. In this situation, you love to have that beast of a gun start mowing people down. And you know, Australia here still aware that there's more members of Germany on the side. They're going to continue to kind of harass Australia a bit. See if they can find.
Я не понял, как там пацаны из Аргентины еще поднялись. Боже, как же их тут душат просто. Как им тут душно. Сейчас австралийцы закусятся с Таиландом. Там же еще Аргентина будет подпердывать. И в итоге все это на руку британцам. И сейчас они должны 100% забирать игру.
View over this entire circle. They're harassing literally every team inside of here at some point or another. And Australia looking to maybe try to hammer down on some position, but no matter where they go, it's going to be difficult. UK just sees so much.
Yes, and they've got no pressure on them at all. I mean, of course, Pains is the solid for Germany. He's not really expecting
Просто
to do anything, but just sort of rat and see if he can get
дальше у всех команд тупо open. Типа Германия лутоносцы? Ну так получается. Ну просто, понимаешь, 17 игр прошло, у Германии 27 поинтов. Это одна из лучших их игр сейчас идет. Это факт. О, если сейчас все это выформит Британия, это жесть.
Switch over to the Groza and start peppering that smoke, and Australia just trying to hang on, keeping Argentina and
Фишер сейчас еще занозит. О, его подожгли, все. Он еще нокнулся. Он еще горит. Боже. О, Тибон бежит их сжигать. Все, ГГ. Перекинул. 10 фрагов уже у Британии. А ты говоришь, время лутинга сохранить? Парням тогда вообще будет неинтересно играть? О, поинт пришел. Плюс поинт. Ну, у меня уже нет ни малейшего сомнения, что эта игра за... за Великобританией, но... Да. ГГ. Не достает. Ну, сейчас они закроют этого мужика. Он сдохнет от зоны, да? И все. 2 в 4. В голову получил один уже. В ноке он. А, в ноке Майкл. Ничего не меняет. Куда до конца пикает? 191 поинт. Так, ребят, не забывайте поставить свой лайк и не забывайте в телеге участвовать в розыгрыше рюкзачка PUBG. Ссылочка на телегу есть в чате, есть в описании.
How do I bring it back? The UK is absolutely dominating this tournament now, and they put themselves even further ahead of the competition.
Да, эта победа им, скорее всего, принесла даже победу на турике.
They are, lads. They know it's going well. They know it's almost done.
Okay, the reality is it's my job to pretend.
Так, ну что, сейчас у нас будет последний Мирамар. Куда-то их поднимают. Не понял, для чего их поднимают. Типа, идите отсюда, идите проветри. А, походу у них интервью будут брать, потому что, смотрите, только их, по-моему, выгнали, нет? А, нет, не только их.
You all want to see me sad. That's fine, but I don't care because right now the United Kingdom is rocketing ahead here at the tournament, and it's happening on Miramar where we had
подняли на допинг-контроль.
but that has been dispelled.
У нас, по-моему, ни одного интервью после игрового не было, да? На этом турнире. Сколько вот мы дней? 4-й день смотрим, не видел.
It's not working. Yeah, especially when that circle 2 pops as well. We're looking at it and we're thinking to ourselves, this is going to be ultra hard for Brazil to make work. They go all the way north to try and make it happen, but it's so difficult.
And very early on, Canada set a trap to make sure they could get as many points out of the game as possible. And then the circle shifted away. Yeah, then Canada's going to be hard gatekeeping them because they don't have circle prio.
Yes.
So they're trying to get as many points out of that as possible. I would love to see the Oasis ending though. That would have been lovely.
Oh, that would have been, yeah, it's rare we get to see those, but that would have been great. But here are the final moments coming in. And as you see these final circles honed down here,
мне кажется, у обсервера было прекрасно видно, как чувак нокнулся за стеной. Вот такой вот он PUBG в 2022 году.
group of players, Australia was popping off. They got a lot of kills on the board. They played very aggressively. And as you can see, they also put in a lot of work.
No need for utility users here for the United Kingdom. We were talking about it, or I was saying this to you. He doesn't need that Groza. It's just going to be a DMR game because you have this ridge where you can play. They had multiple. The first one that was close to the road, then the next one that had a little bit of a higher ridge. That's perfect setup here for Team.
That was a highlight moment, Craig. He was hoping for an arm so he could make it look more fun, I think.
You know what? I'm going to ask Michael once we're going to have a chance to hear. What are your thoughts once you saw this screen? It was like, oh my god, it's too easy.
It was a highlight for them, but it was also, I think, a highlight for a lot of people here in the arena. Thailand, again, putting up a really good performance, getting up into that top.
Получается, нет славянов на турнире, чё? Вот вы пристали тоже.
Working hard, and I'm loving seeing it.
I will say this though, Germany here being able to get one more point that they're able to get all of day number 1.
Ouch. You know the interesting thing about that as well is that it's kind of nice to see it's Chris on the field, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously been a lot of speculation that they could have had a better team, but it's there's so many decent players out there, but unfortunately they didn't make it into the PCS6, so they couldn't get the qualification through that. Oh!
Well, top heavy is the way. 22 points for the United Kingdom, Australia with 15, and that's the only double-digit rockers for this game.
Вот задал тему, вот вообще ничего не говорит.
A good showing from the US for this game.
It's an honorable mention to the US and Thailand, 9 points apiece.
Индусов тоже нет.
The US did do a good job, but again, there was just
Сейчас Алекс поищет инфу. Как настроение? Да, нормальное настроение. По кайфу.
It's just UK. That's the problem.
We are the problem.
You're conquering the entire map.
Just like we used to.
Okay. Imperialism.
Блин, я сейчас смотрю по ссылочку, да, которую я заказывал в мае. Где-то плюс-минус 6 мая я заказал себе микропереключатели кое-какие на мышь. И они до сих пор мне не пришли. Они покинули Китай 18 мая, а прибыли в Россию 10 июня. Как спина получше, но... Представляете? А я сейчас сижу, думаю, у меня видеокарта висит в этом же статусе, типа. А я еще думаю, когда? Так если 20 с лишним дней ждать, почти месяц. Да, это трэшово. Так, жопочники, лайк-то скиньте, ну, по-братски.
It's doable, and don't get me wrong, not to be me, but I hope UK does horrible in the next game.
Yeah, so do I. Boo-hoo. No, absolutely. Keep going, boys. Keep going. We will go to a break, and when we return, of course, we have 3 more games remaining. 1 Miramar, 2 Erangels. Will the UK keep it up? We're about to find out.
Зоуи рекламируют, блин, старенькие мониторы свои. Моделька 2020 года. Почему ничего новое не выпускают? Я машину 3 месяца ждал, а тут карту всего месяц. Какую машину? Это нормально ждать 3 месяца. А видеокарту нет. О боже, вот такие вот ролики мне не нравятся. Вот от них реально блевать хочется. Так, ладно. Ждем следующую игру, друзья.
Like everyone's going to be good players in the tournament, so just have whoever's the best team player is going to be coming out on top. I feel like it's going to be us.
I think everyone on the team is like really good individually. Like everyone can wear their gunfights. I think that's like one of the main strengths of our team, and I think we all get along really well. So that'll be like good like synergy for our team, I guess. Word of resolution, domination,
Pure domination. Bring back the trophy for Queen Lizzie. Up the boys. Fighting!
Fighting!
And that's no surprise, all considered. The way that we're going to see this play out, everybody knows what to expect when you're moving into it. Miramar is a little bit more fly by the seat of your pants and savior. Oh, VHZ, that's not the way Brazil wanted to start today.
Yeah, certainly not. Obviously, the talk of the town.
Happy with Australia right now, but you can see, they're still not in the best of position. They're clown carring inside of a car that is destined to explode any second. They're rolling, trying to get the shots, but it's Argentina that is just unloading yet again. Chinese Taipei tries for it, but does go down.
Show me where they do that at. Where they do that at. Show me where they do that at.
Focus inward. They need to decide, do we take the fights of Vietnam in the compound, or do we push the shoreline?
Australia's wrapping onto the two remaining players of the United Kingdom, brothers in arms, but right now enemies and T-Bone gets both Luke and Flood. It's only Tick.
Turkey has to send it down the hill. Vietnam trying to play defense here on this Glory. He's good for one. Glory, why am good? Gonna be good for another. Glory. Go for the finish. It's an instant wipe for the duo of Vietnam.
Drop it low to the floor. Where they do that at. Show me where they do that at.
In sole second place. And it's just going to continue to potentially grow. Argentina just stacking up all that's happening. Perfect time on the other side. Argentina just rolls right into the United Kingdom, and it's just like waiting arms.
Hey, bro. Because I got a skinny head, right? My friends always do this to me. They always go. And they make the noises, man. Alright, let's go.
Oh, wow. Bro, look at that. It's like Transformers.
Yeah, boys.
We got some tunes. Y'all pick up. Look, we're going that. You guys pay, we're going it. Alright, let's go.
You ready, bro?
We're going
Ferris wheel. Bye-bye.
Still on the ground a while before we get up there. Oh, my. Oh, my. Wow, Bangkok's so beautiful.
Oh, these people are so dressed up. We're out here, we're repping the PNC merch. It was PUBG, man.
Not gonna lie, I think we did a little better than Team USA. We got a little bit better.
You know, cricket's content, cricket's chirping. Those guys. This place looks beautiful, though. Oh. Aye. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is insane. On the bow of the boat. No shot. This is mental. What's like cheers in Thai? Chon.
Oh, that was hella nice.
I wish it was alcohol.
Thanks, PUBG Corp.
Bangkok at night is such a beautiful city. Like, it's a completely different city at the day than it is at night. You know, there's crazy LEDs, art shows. Like last night we watched this whole laser water show and it was just like
some futuristic stuff. It's pretty cool.
Sort of caught me off guard how like pretty the city is.
Oh, that's really sweet.
And like this cruise, I wasn't expecting this at all.
Oh,
that's really sweet. Very nice evening, I'd say.
Very nice.
Look at his plate, man.
I ate a lot of.
His plate. It's literally empty. What do you mean?
Look at that. It's all cleaned up.
This is just.
I'm experiencing this is crazy. This looks like a picture.
This is beautiful.
Looks like a painting. Yeah, man. And the wind in the face and in the hair. Oh.
Yeah, no, it's very, very pretty building. Best venue I've ever played in.
It looks like some kind of like a heavenly kingdom. Like, that's such an insane photo. Oh my god.
Kickstarter has a very, like my teammate has a very predictable playstyle, so if we ever run into USA, I'll just know exactly what he's doing.
Well, I'm playing against Strimzy and A-Twin. I'm just worried because it would be really embarrassing to die to either of them. They're on the end of their shelf life.
Just say they're old.
They're old. Yeah, just say it out loud. They're old.
They're old.
But that sounds so toxic like that.
You ready for it to laugh? You ready?
Now, down to our final 8 teams. Placement points clear out the compound. They can spread it, they can center. To take out Flood and Tiggleton. A few more names as well. Sharp shot with another sharp.
I mean, our performance at PGC was obviously lackluster. I feel like I've been working hard and I want to redeem myself. At the moment, like, I don't think it'd be fair to even say I'm like top 10, you know? Like, I think there's a lot of other players that put in the work and are dominant out there. Like, I'm not even trying to be modest.
He's literally trolling.
He's being very humble.
He's being too humble.
Too humble.
This guy's a gun.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Like, the longer the wait is for me to play the game, like, the more excited I get. And it's my first LAN, so it's gonna be a fun time. Just playing against the best players in the world.
And welcome back, everybody, to PNC 2022. We've got one more Miramar to go for the whole event, and I'm sad about that, but I'm happy that Matchroom is joining me here on the desk.
I'm happy too, because while there have been a lot of Miramars, this is the only one that I actually get to do through the entirety of the event. But it is the last one, because I know, I've got the controversial opinion. I love casting Miramar. It is so much fun. And so hopefully this last one's got some spice to it, because I feel like there's a couple of teams that could be after some points.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be. Someone's got to stop UK. Like, they have to bottom out the next 3 games. If anyone has any hope of catching them at all, it looks pretty out of the, out of the realm of possibility at this point, but we'll see if somebody can get it done.
There's also a lot of teams that are on that right side of the leaderboard that probably aren't too happy about that, so maybe they'll take this last Miramar, get some changes with it, and with the way that Miramars have been going, hopefully we'll get a fun circle. And by fun circle, I mean an absolutely cruel one that's going to be going to like some corner of the map we never expect.
Yeah, they've been really bad. And you know what hasn't been bad? What's been good are the people supporting this throughout the world. There's a public viewing event in Akihabara in Tokyo. We have some going on in Seoul. All across the world, there's viewing parties, there's watch parties with the streamers. So we really want to give a big shout out to all of you that are tuning in, whether it be on the main broadcast or whether it be on some of our co-streams or at some of the get-togethers. We love you guys. This has been a great event, and we couldn't have done it without you.
The audience is everywhere, whether it be online, just doing watch parties, or the physical ones with everybody getting together, have been absolutely amazing. Like, just seeing the community get together, and specifically, like, countries rallying together and, like, meeting up. You can see the fact that there's a whole bunch of them that aren't even, like, I guess, authorized ones, where it's just people getting together to watch.
bootleg watch parties.
Bootleg watch parties. You know, like, I don't know, what you do when you watch TV or just something. Who watches esports with friends in real life? Except for, I guess, Nations Cup.
Hey, that's the way I like to do it, man. I mean, get together with your friends, even go to maybe there's a bar.
It's almost like that's how Poro and I started doing this job, is watching esports together.
It's almost like how a lot of us kind of got into this. Yeah, well, I mean, we got one more Miramar for you guys, so we're getting it ready. We're going to get into the game. I'm pretty excited about this. I mean, I think the circles have been so bad, like so unbelievably bad, that I don't know what to do.
That's where we're going to get the fun all considered. But you can see we're doing the sweep through, everybody. We've got one last Miramar, and there is a lot on the table. Brazil, this has been their map, but it sure as hell hasn't been their map today. If they're wanting to try to pull out anything in these last few games, Miramar has got to be it.
All right, let's jump into it. Let's see what the playing path is going to give us. Let's see what the circles are going to give us. And let's see if anybody can topple the UK, because right now they stand atop by a very comfortable margin at this point. I was telling you, I saw Michael in the back, and I know I was going into the restroom in between, and I said, I'm not sure you even need to play these next 3 games. I think you guys are just okay.
Так, ну что, господа, последний мирамарчик на сегодня. Самолет очень классный, очень комфортный для всех. Для некоторых команд эта игра последний шанс пробиться куда-то на лидирующие позиции. Потому что если они сыграют хорошо в этой, а потом в следующей, еще одной. Это я про корейцев и про Вьетнам, но, скорее всего, корейцы и вьетнамцы уже не имеют шанса на топ-1. Шансы на топ-1, наверное, имеет только Бразилия, но в нее я не верю. Блин, взял мороженку, она крошится как...
At this point, everybody should know how to play north of Miramar, especially at this event.
Oh, no doubt. This one's actually not too unforgiving of a circle in some ways.
Сеул подлетает.
Somewhere north of San Martin. Hello, Niall. Got
you got some goals here that could be good or could be bad, especially whenever it's Anonix and Soul that are going to be next to you. Smash moving forward. Looks like he is calling in some reinforcements, but we got a good old shotgun fight to kick everything off over here on Miramar, it looks like.
Well, this is a fight that was brewing in the scrims and then never came to
fruition
until now. I guess Turkey's just decided that enough is enough. They want to try to contest for some of this space near the vehicle drops of Chumacera.
Why not contest in the very last game?
А что Германия сделала?
That's where you definitely should be doing it.
Yeah, why not, right? Like, you know what? You want to go out
Блин,
with
ты
this
ел яблоки, пошел купил. Теперь мороженое.
and that's totally fine. I mean, Turkey's well within their rights to do that. This is Nations Cup.
Sorry, братан.
Yeah, I mean, try to get what you can. Turkey knows that they need points. I mean, just a few more points, they're going to catch up to Canada. They could even surpass USA. So, I like the mindset of this, but this is also a big potential, like, this could really mess up any chance Korea has to try to climb out of this. And Nox going for the peek around has spotted out the opposite side.
Вот это ошибка. Вот это ошибка. У него еще молик есть.
That's going to be providing some cover for it. Nox does have the nade. Gonna prep it up. Has to be careful with it. Does connect with some damage, but not enough to stop what's coming on. And Nox now makes a sweep around. Got the shotgun, and it's a back and forth Molotov. Down, but Soul is down on the outside.
Yeah, he's trying to get some help. He just drops out on the back. That's 2 for Anonix there. Gets the pump kill. Here they come in the What? Anonix.
I love everything that's going on right now. He hears what's happening on the other side. Is he going to be bold? Is he going to move forward? He knows that he doesn't have a lot of reinforcements just quite yet. With those shots, looks like he's going to go for the flushes out on this. Is that going to pull away? Now, with those crawlovers, that might have revealed the position, but the res did come out on the other side of it. Lash did make it into this position, but has taken a smidgen of damage.
Meanwhile, by the way, Loki is up kind of messing with USA territory, but it's neither here nor there. The Tommy gun with the extended mag. Oh, and he gets a little bit. That's Lash with the M16. He can't find the follow-through.
Can we see Anonix get there to stop the flushes? The damage starting to come out, and Lash is down and out for this one, but nobody's had time to get meds.
One bullet.
One shotgun shot left. And that's all he needed.
Unbelievable. And Onyx with the pump shotgun.
Но Лошок умер. Тиул в ноке. Плюс 4 для корейцев. Турки красавчики просто. Если бы он не дал поднять, если бы он пошел душить, то тогда бы все 4 корейца были бы живы.
Oh my god, with 10 life, they hear what's happening around them, and China is moving into this quite aggressively. I think that they were just trying to rotate. Hopefully those shots could have maybe gotten somebody away, and look at all that ammo.
Ну, хороший файт в начале игры, это... Хотя бы интересно, знаете, а не вот это вот 15 минут ты сидишь, в носу ковыряешься, ничего не происходит. Самое интересное, когда команды на первых минутах очень долго файтятся. Это самое, наверное, оптимальное для этого.
What do you have left for guns, utility? Not much. I mean, there's that compound that was fought over is pretty sparse.
They have the potential of having the highest Uzi damage and Tommy gun damage in the whole bit.
You got that going for you, which is nice.
Yeah. I mean, it works out. And hey, they still had the chance to get more points here, which could have been the big problem.
I think we should have like special prizes for those like things. Like
Так, я пошел руки помою.
Tommy gun damage, or like you get the Al Capone award or something.
Really random, yeah. Like this is PNC. We're supposed to have fun here. Yeah, guys, there's money on the line, and everybody wants to play for their national pride. And you know, we are playing sweaty as we move into different sections of it. But it is also Nations Cup, and we should be celebrating the fun of this because that's really what a lot of this is about: is getting the communities together, trying to make sure that you can like support each other and really just like, I don't know, just build up communication and everything across all of the regions. Like you should see these guys whenever we're going to the hotel, everybody like immediately gets back to the hotel and it goes back to
Так, Japanese, мальчики выехали. Встали над Сан-Мартином где-то, да? Что за зона-то вообще? Нам показали хоть зону, нет? Нам же, по-моему, зону так и не показали с этим файтом. Или показывали зону? Я пропустил. Или что? Я не понимаю. Минус пейдж для финнов. Ну, Майкла подымут без проблем.
Who has been harassing everything around him, might find themselves biting off a touch too much.
If I'm Brazil, I'm just saying we go for this. We have to take this fight. We have to shut the UK down right now.
Что-то это какая-то не смешная херня, Стас. Пожалуй, удалю твое сообщение. Показывали, ты проспал? Нет, не показывали. Так показывали или не показывали? Не понял. А что за зона тогда? Бразильцы поехали долбить Великобританию. Вау. А вот это вот хороший шаг. Если у них получится. И это может быть чисто неожиданно для ребят из Британии. Они уехали! Просто Себасту сделали. При этом они потеряли мужчину одного. Как думаете, бразильцы за ними поедут?
Sparking is at least going to see where they go, but this is starting to get to a point where I don't know if you should probably continue to chase. It'll be too big of a problem.
Well, yeah, you've kind of done the best you can. If you go down the edge of that crater field, that becomes a little bit more tricky and a little bit more denial. Absolutely denying Belmoth this game. He just shuts him down with that iron sight SLR. Really nice stuff from him. And this guy was really good during PCS 6 APAC. I think the Indonesian team went under the radar a bit. And yeah, their performance here has...
Блин, как же немцы хороши вообще. На первом месте идут просто. Шикарно.
When we're looking at what happened with UK, we have to remember that a big section of what goes on inside of PUBG is that whole butterfly flaps its wings kind of situation. You know, just Brazil making the shift into this point now means that the United Kingdom has moved off of their very high ground point that they were using to try to collect information.
Кого ссыкуны? Они даже не знали, что на них подъезжают. Ты думаешь, если бы они знали, что под них подъехали, они бы так вальяжно уезжали из кемпа? Ты чё? Просто попали в тайминг, и бразильцы вовремя... Ой, вернее... UK вовремя свалили. Решили просто позиционку изменить. С какого большего расстояния ты нокал чела? Больше километра. Раньше, когда персонажи прорисовывались на очень далекое расстояние, это было в году 17-м, наверное. Я нокал, по-моему, чуть ли на Эрангеле не с одного моста, а на другом. Что-то плюс-минус. Ну ладно, это я преувеличил. Но что-то вот так вот очень далеко было. Я не помню. Я не помню точно, как это было. Но это...
That is all this is. Now Brazil has a really weird situation here, Matt, because you know nobody's expecting this. Like nobody's expecting this circle shift. That's why nobody's up here. And so now, how do you do this? How do you try to leapfrog?
Тогда еще даже в PUBG статистика не велась, чтобы посмотреть свой самый дальний килл. Тогда, говорит, баллистики не было. Ага, наберешь, баллистики не было. Она была. Чуть-чуть другая. Никогда не было в PUBG, чтобы не было баллистики. Всегда баллистика была. Всегда пуля падала очень сильно, не рассказывай. Включи мой любой стрим любого года. Да, с какой-то болтовки я убил типа очень далеко, прям очень далеко.
Sort of the middle of the two craters, trying to drive along that edge.
A couple of shots going to be coming out from the high ground. Brazil looking into what's going on with USA and Canada, trying to force them on the other side of this. Vietnam is
так, экстаз на карту Сбербанка. Соточку за билетик кинул. Спасибо огромное.
Really, the northwest half of this circle is still entirely open.
Yeah, it still could shift up there, by the way. So, look, you know, for the teams that haven't gone up there, there's room. Like Japan has been taking their time.
Да какие 300 метров? Там было очень далеко. Я еще тогда подумал, что это баг. Что такое большое расстояние, что ли? Я не помню, сколько там было. Типа в теории это можно найти на каком-то из стримов за 17-й год. Если хотите, поищите.
But maybe, and then probably Finland. But everybody, I would say, if you're looking at the top 5, there's 3 things there that you just probably weren't expecting.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, this has been a great tournament to really showcase.
Шансы маленькие у корейцев, да их почти нету на самом деле. Типа 2 игры взять топ-1 с 20 фрагами. И...
with 4 players put together at the very least, they can hang with the best of the best in the world. And now Seoul trying to maneuver underneath Indonesia's spot. Indonesia, man, this is kind of weird. I think they saw at least one Korean player, but I don't know if they know Seoul is right there.
Yeah, they're like looking way out, and I don't know if they're expecting this to come up back behind him. Anonix has got so much information that he's feeding back behind this one. And I love this very aggressive Korea saying, we need every point we can get because who cares? It's almost like a first or last mentality coming out from them right now.
No, exactly. I mean, the Korean coach, Sonic, should be telling them that they need to farm points. They need to farm the edge. They need to do whatever they can. Now, this circle centers up, so this tells me that this circle is super likely to end just south of La Coberia, maybe southwest, somewhere in that vicinity. Could hard shift west, but that's the most likely spot it's going to go. I don't even know why I talk about it anymore because this particular tournament has just been an absolute aberration.
It's important if you haven't played a lot of Cabrera to remember that there's a giant wall.
Германия вперед. У Германии очень большие шансы выиграть. Германия это те, кто... О, ни хрена себе он сбрил Сеула. What the fuck? Два хеда, походу, дал. Еще и доел. Ну все, это конечное для корейцев.
Take down one of the best performers in this tournament so far in Seoul. He's top 5 in every category in damage and kills, and just shuts him down. And Korea down to just 2 players, and any hope they have, frankly, of catching UK is basically dashed.
Yeah, I mean that screwed over their.
Зато автопром у них хороший.
United Kingdom finding themselves very close to Australia as they're the 2 teams that are holding down Cabrera at the time. So let's see how this one continues to play. Cabrera can kind of contain this, but Australia's got, I would say, a very aggressive split going where they should have some vision on each other, but city to try to control.
Yeah, UK trying to get inside of the warehouse or the whatever you want to call it, and they're able to get in there just barely, but these are precarious. These are difficult to get in and out of. There's a lot of exposed directions that you're going to be facing when you try to move from them. So we'll see what that's going to look like in the long run. Chinese Taipei still sort of proxy battling. Savior, hello? Hits a bunch of headshots there on the cage.
Just don't go near Savior if he's in a car right now. He has just so many clips of just beating people as they come through. Poly's going to go down as well in Japan.
Ну, ребята с Японии тоже слабенькие, конечно, вообще.
Chinese Taipei has done a great job of maneuvering around this point. Keep in mind, this is not inside the safe zone, so both teams are trying to finish this one as fast as possible. Shiva's going to go down, and now it's just on the host star player that has been performing for Japan time and time again, but there are a lot of 3rd and 4th parties coming into this fight very, very quickly.
Yeah, Luna is trying to hold on for dear life, but Savior here going to win the battle, and it is going to be Japan going down. Good fight here for Chinese Taipei. They're able to get a few more points, but the Blues are already there. It's phase 3 Blues, so they got a little bit of time. They might be able to get one up. I'm not sure. It looks like they're going to go for it. Meanwhile, Korea has to try to rotate with just their 2 survivors. Now, the funny part is there's a ton of space in the middle of this circle that's been left open.
Если Германия берет турнир, возвращаешься в киберспорт. Если Германия берет турнир, мне на голову $1 миллион падает случайно так. Даже возвращаться не надо будет. Я думаю, что такого чуда это невозможно. Даже если они все 3 игры будут убивать всех подряд, блин, ну тогда, наверное, смогут. Типа, все 60 фрагов, тогда выиграют. Призовые турнира $500 000. Победитель $100 000 получает. Но там еще от тикетов сколько-то должно быть, вроде как. Или это, возможно, тут нет такой системы, я не знаю.
down, and it's just a quick back and forth between every single one of them, but at range, Mixie picks up Pains and is going to go ahead and take that kill point.
I respect Chris with the M249 there. I feel it.
Best gun in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. That's the biggest.
Очередные поинты для Аргентины.
I mean, it does also feel really good whenever you just let loose with it. It's not always about having the best gun. Sometimes it's about the best gun in your heart,
I'm
right?
gonna say is prone with it with a 3x, and you'll start wrecking people. That's for sure. Oh, Germany.
Good try. Good try.
Поинты.
Ali RV, he's under pressure and trying to survive for
Такой большой в сказки верит.
And Brazil doing a good job getting some big knocks.
Знаешь, иногда бывает приятно поверить в какую-нибудь сказку. Хотя бы просто поверить. Знаешь, на ровном месте себе поднять настроение, это же круто.
Really, Thailand can potentially rotate out of here, but Finland also has some vision on what's going to be happening, and it's just a quick exchange between a lot of what's going on. I think that Thailand doesn't have any options. They just have to go ahead and send it past this.
Блин, ну они почти игру взяли, блин, пацаны. Немцы почти выиграли только что.
Flank back behind Indonesia and should be able to pick up some pretty nice kills.
Yeah, JQ kind of came into that dip pretty hot and ended up stopping his momentum. Now, they're going to be continuing to drive right into Finland. Now, Finland wasn't at the outskirts of this compound, so they used out the Corexi from the side seat. Just shuts
Вот это Corexi неплохо.
That was a bold rotation there and didn't necessarily pay off for them as they come through. Now, just one member up.
Так, ребят, напоминаю про розыгрыш рюкзачка в Телеграме. Ссылочка в описании и в чатике, в закрепленном сообщении.
Mixie is going to go down and get flushed.
Oh, that's Galusha. Great shooting here. He did a little bit of damage to Corexi with those grenades, but he's under pressure now from Indonesia above. They're going to hear this shooting. They're going to want some points in the bag if they can help it. It's going to make Escaluzia fall back in, and the blue is coming, and it's phase 4 blue, which ticks rather fast.
С последнего места не выйду 100%.
Here's the fight that's been brewing for quite a while now. Going to look through, and Thailand is going to get eliminated. But I mean, I gotta say, they should have died probably.
Да мы и не сомневались, братан. Так, ну чё, занозят кого-нибудь? Бразилии заберут кого-нибудь, нет? Ребята из Индонезии.
And move into a much better position. Shots do come out, and there you go. LFP picks up the first.
All right, let's see if Brazil can continue to rake it a few.
Там еще Corexi ползет.
All of this, Indonesia in the fray. Nile, a little bit of an overwatch position, but the grenades are coming, and they're doing some pretty solid damage. If one more connects, he is going to be down. Well, it doesn't even matter. They get an angle with the M4. They're going to finish off Indonesia. Brazil on the hunt.
Здорово, я так понимаю, камеру сменил. С чего ты взял, что я сменил камеру?
Is now trying to move into China. They did manage to take down Exlith, which could give them the opportunity to continue into this push. They have to be careful as USA might have some vision into it, but Finland also making the move into Brazil at the same time.
Эх уж этот Corexi.
Back up, and LFP shuts down that play. Now can we see UK continue their push?
Yeah, they're doing a great job here against China so far, but they're returning. Ming Ming gonna get barred. Now Vex and the others trying to respond, but Southpyod gonna get a big
Пьяно еще нокнули.
That's a big problem. They picked up 2 kills, but Brazil has been fighting on the outside of this. Already sitting at 6. Korea at 4.
Слились британцы.
This is these teams' opportunities if they want to try to catch up.
Yeah, Brazil has to win this game, and so does Korea. I mean, they can feel the pressure. They know it. They know what it's like. Korea in particular, with already 2 down, it's going to be rather difficult, but they've been making some good maneuvers. They've been getting some good information to work the edge of
Нет, камеру не менял.
USA.
Даже объектив не менял.
They're trying to get through, and I mean, Kickstart is a really nice angle here to watch the kind of peekaboo that Brazil's going to be playing.
But Brazil doesn't inherently have to go this direction. They can shift back to the north around.
Просто настройки сексуальные выставил, понимаешь? Я думаю, что Бразилия тоже сейчас сфейлится, так что не переживайте.
Still back and forth between these guys. They're trying to find a way to work in, but neither one can move. We're in mutually assured destruction territory right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to go for the res here onto Sapao, but Vietnam, I think, has just a slightly better position with this ridge line.
Сегодня просто нету цвета верхнего. Сейчас он еще не включен. Может быть, поэтому тебе кажется.
Doesn't even need to shoot Flores. He's just out of his mind. That's his second knock in this fight.
All right, starting to get the throwables out.
All right.
What do? You know the fact that the zone's coming in back behind you. You've got to move. Pressure is mounting. you know you need a big game. Vietnam still thinks that they have a chance to go after Korea, but they need to get these points right now. Canada striving for whatever they can because you know there's a little bit of banter going on between them and USA.
Ну, Вьетнаму тут надо закрыть Канаду. Почему американцы не помогают в спину, я не понимаю. Не могут, что ли, тут отыгрывать? Пыль протер.
You can see that everything in the kitchen sink has been thrown at Vietnam, and it doesn't matter. They've run out of utility. They may
Блин, бразильцы нормально в город заехали. Все, Канада отправляется домой.
This circle is going to be real interesting. Vietnam and USA fighting on the outside of this. There's been a little bit of a rivalry going over there with them.
Зона уйдет из города вверх, и те, кто сейчас выигрывают этот файт между Вьетнамом и USA, они выиграют игру. Я так думаю. Если без больших потерь они какая-то из команд убьет другую, то это 100% победа. Инфа 100.
Circles tend to want to move away from the city, so that's why you're going to see a lot of teams and players want to get the edge of the safety. These are the last compounds left, so they're the safest spot now. And it's been identified by USA and Vietnam. They're going to see the Korean.
Сейчас австралийцы могут очень сильно занозить Бразилиям. Бразилии, они вроде как подходят. Пока USA вообще не смотрят город, я так понимаю, а они смотрят Вьетнам. Пока еще могут терпеть и та, и другая команда, на самом деле, поэтому...
But whoever wins this fight over here is going to find themselves in a very strong position. Thing is, Vietnam has the high ground off of it, but looks like they don't want to over-aggress. And I do understand that.
Почему не рекомендуется часто нокаться? Ну, чем больше раз ты нокнулся, тем быстрее в следующий раз ты течешь, когда на ноке. Вот ты первый раз нокаешься, ты течешь 100 секунд. Плюс-минус, я не помню сколько. Второй раз нокаешься, течешь уже 40 секунд. Итак, быстрее, быстрее. Куда делся диванный аналитик, второй комментатор? Да я просто его не звал. США и Вьетнам флешбеки. Получается, ставишь на кого? Они, конечно, из Вьетнама тиканули, но они вроде там мощно. Я, честно говоря, не знаю. Кем там оно завершилось? Это противостояние. И как оно протекало? Но, по-моему, там всем было не сладко. Ой-ой-ой-ой.
Gonna toss it in. Is it gonna connect? Goes too far. Molotovs are gonna go out to slow down the approach.
Не знаю, австралийцы обошли Бразилию и заняли менее выгодную позицию, на мой взгляд. Лучше бы они просто с ними дрались. Корейцы с кайфом там еще тусят, на самом деле. Я прогадал. Ладно, следующая зона уйдет сюда. Хардшифт вниз будет. Все в порядке. Все равно выдавит из города все. Но это не точно. Сейчас Вьетнам поедет в корейцев. Корейцы должны выбивать ребят. Да, хорошо. Нихера он улетел. Ну, Вьетнам поторопились, и они поплатились.
In a great position here to harass this movement by Vietnam. They're trying to get under safety. There is a tree in their own vehicle there, but that's about it. Kickstart took some damage.
Еще и корейцы фраг забрали. Это хорошо. Чумасера, ага. В другой части карты.
long-range nades could be dropped upon them, but what's USA gonna do with this one? Bounce, not gonna make it far enough to be.
Ой, как же тут Вьетнаму не сладко. О, австралийцы 2 нока дали по Бразилии. Вау. Damn. Но Бразилия вообще не умеет файтиться в городах. Типа у Бразилии прям все очень плохо вот в таких вот локациях. Не лезь сюда! Просто отодрали его. Слепую кого-то там нокнул. И китайцы подошли, а там корейцы еще их крепят. Какая тут вакханалия. Вьетнам в итоге от Америки получает капитально.
Really impressed that they've been able to hang on just behind that truck and basically nothing else. And Korea now trying to move a little bit more central, trying to take
Бразилия 9 фрагов сделали. Им зарегало всех за Австралию еще, да? Кроме одного, походу. Ну, нормально, нормально. У Штатов все шансы взять топ. Да. Потому что китайцы с корейцами там сейчас друг другу житья не дадут. У американцев еще и машины все целые. А вы лайк забыли прожать, чат. Мужики. И не мужики. В Телеграме розыгрыш рюкзака, если что. Напоминаю. Ссылочка в чатике. Что-то какая-то активность на рюкзачок не очень. Вчера на Клаву лучше было, да?
China knows that they've only got one member left on Korea, and they know that they can push in and finish the job. Shotgun in hand there.
Ты прожал? Ну, ладно.
Fire with mollies around there to block the door. I mean, this is pretty cute here with the way that Anonix is blocking. Usually you see smokes, but he's actually going to opt to invest some mollies into this defense.
Так, американцы собираются уезжать на одной Мираде во вьетнамцев прямо. Представляете сейчас?
And they have to now pick him up and run for the hills. China is caught up and looking to Korea, so this could be an opportunity for USA.
Yeah, Korea's buying a lot of time here for USA to make these movements, and now they've got that hillside next to the road all to themselves.
China #1
over this circle and potentially this game. China still trying to figure out where the heck Korea is, but Anonix, if he goes up on the roof, Xiaolu should have a good opportunity. He doesn't. Anonix opts to just stay behind the wall and. You know, for Korea here, you're damned if you do. You're
Блин, мне надо было теги.
Either try to fight through China or the USA, and Onyx looks like he feels.
Теги поменять надо было. Ё-моё, я же не поменял теги. Совсем тупанул.
USA does have a recess on the opposite side of their hill, so they are technically the ones that can be easiest and closest to the center as this is going to start to collapse. Nonix does get the drop onto Lu, so maybe Korea can fight their way back through this one. Nade is going to connect. Ming Ming does not go down, though, so Nonix has got to figure out what he's going to do. Is he going to use the opportunity that has
Корейцы снова... все, Локи забрали до конца, и Ноникс сейчас тоже умрет, наверное. Вот ему надо за камушек лечь. И вообще идеально будет для него.
I don't know what Anonix does here. I mean, as soon as China kind of crests over that hill, they might have an angle. He does have enough of that rock maybe to cut himself off. He's going to hear the footsteps of the USA players. That's why he's angling towards them. China here, if there's a heavy fight, Anonix might be able to get involved late and try to sneak this win out.
Yeah, I mean, he's moved into a position that he's actually looking into China's direction. This is going to become a
Ой, сейчас если хае хорошенькая, конечно.
They're trying to move out of this point. And Anonix wants to use what USA is doing here to provide some more cover with it. Does peek over, but it's going to be the same time China looks into this one. So, Shrimsy does go down. Now it's a two-team fight all up against Anonix as he has everyone.
Китайцы зачем-то помощника своего накрепили.
Anonix is going to confirm the kill out of Shrimsy. He's got a knock on the Xiaolu right now. Is this going to be another superstar play? What is he doing? Can he get it? No, sharp shot. Shuts
Он просто выиграл игру китайцам. Он просто выиграл игру китайцам сейчас.
Well, that's huge for China. That's going to shoot them way up in the leaderboards. It's been maybe not the performance that was expected, but better late than never from the superstars from China. I mean, what a game there at the end. What a fun finish.
Man, I love
Вот это да.
It makes for such good games. We've been seeing that time to time again here. The foot pushes, the capabilities that these teams know how to do this. But now we're moving over to Erangel, where everybody knows every inch of that map, and it is going to be hyper dynamic. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst to get us prepped for everything that's going to be going on in these last 2 rounds.
Да, это первая победа китайцев, ты абсолютно прав.
Korea not getting themselves the win towards the end, but Inonex having huge impact on towards the USA, and China able to take it from there. Joining me top is as well as Avenger. China finally with some win on the board here, Avenger.
Yeah, a lot of fans out there for the pickings. They're hoping, they're dreaming, but it's not going to happen. It is mathematically impossible for China to win, but they can jump up quite a lot here with the amount of points that they're able to get. They can try to snip up into where Finland and Vietnam is in terms of the total points.
He just came in as the hope crusher. It's like, they gotta win. Well, it's not enough. But it's right. It's true. I mean, and the same goes for our second.
Ну, у них такое ощущение, что доволен, как будто.
US had a good game. China had a good game, but the reality is they didn't start fast enough.
Fantastic macro from USA with the drive-by, with them being able to.
Чё, G-Pro у него?
But you can tell they're feeling
У этого мужчины.
They are not able to perform at their highs at the moment. You can tell in their decision making.
Overall, though, for me, that was America's win. That was USA's win. Inonex, the spoil. It feels like every time you guys are so close, somebody sneaks up and it causes you a few problems.
You know,
Штаты зафейлили, сами думали 4x4 играют. Нет, они так не думали. Они так не могли думать. Там было 3-2-4. Как они могли так думать?
It is what it is, man.
I thought he was going to end their period. I think he was blind.
That's it.
But then again, that's also one of the reasons why out of the 64 players...
Они знали, что Локи нокался, потом его добивали, так что ты абсолютно не прав. Там люди, между прочим, киллы-то считают, логи читают.
And again, it has to be said, as we take a look at some of the moments from this game, all these circles are so annoying for people.
Can we just get a cheeky Picado or Graveyard or Pachinki now that we're going over to Wrangler? Something normal, something in the middle.
Right, it kills me that we're saying, can we get a cheeky Picado, right? Can we maybe just get a random Picado, something in the middle, something hopefully center, but at this point, I don't even know if it matters anymore.
Right.
UK, even when they don't end up in the top 5, are performing incredibly well, getting into a good late game spot. And while China is finally cutting loose, I don't know that it's going to be enough.
And there was a moment here where we're thinking to ourselves,
надо было ему вылазить в это окно.
If they get themselves some momentum here, if they get a few more kills, get the win on the board, they could catch up, but it wasn't to be.
No, I was really hoping for them to step it up and take on Australia, then take on China. They would have had, 15 or so.
Он просто выиграл им игру. Просто выиграл китайцам игру.
United Kingdom with 2 games to go. That's very possible.
But the win will go to China. That's our final Miramar here. Now we have 2 Erangels come in. China on the board.
Так, ну что, друзья, до следующей игры, я думаю, минут 5, потому что большой перерыв был у нас перед этой игрой. Так что через 5 минут там все свои дела очень важные в нужных комнатах садитесь, делайте чай там, вкусняшки, все такое готовьте.
They're still, remember, rotating all the way from the south. This is not an easy game for them. They got deep, they fought off some good teams. And honestly, if they had been Australia was so confident. You saw Tiggleton vaulted the fence for crying out loud, and they went in there with so much hubris, and it worked out.
Opening knocks.
Yeah, they were getting in there to get the flashy plays. They're getting into there to make sure that they were winning against these guys that they've had a rough time against for the whole tournament. But again, these circles here and this pull-up, I love that from United States. They were able to do that quite well.
Dislodge them very nicely. But again, it's that time in the game where it's Vietnam o'clock because they continue to survive forever. They're so good at it.
That is incredibly impressive from them, and they're doing it with more and more players up every single time.
Yeah.
And the fight, They almost beat US in that drive up. That was very, very close. They had a player in the off angle knowing that that was going to happen. He just didn't connect the spray transfer to the third, and I think it was that close. So Vietnam, for me, has been one of the most, I shouldn't say surprised. They got fourth last time, right? But
yes,
they have been performing well above what I expected.
I mean, you have 2.5 years, 3 years between that time. They kind of, those moments are forgotten in that time, and then you come back and you're like, oh yeah, we are now reminded once again why they were able to do it there. But as you can see in the scoreboard overall, 18 points for China, 11, 11, 11 for USA, Korea, and Brazil as we continue on.
That's an interesting three-way tie for match standing there. I will say this though, I've been extremely impressed with not just Sepao being able to come here back 3 years later, do it, and Sepao everyone.
That's right.
But it is Ming that is going to take the player of the match.
Definitely so. And again, you know, when we look at him, he is a world champion. Not too much surprise, but I think the biggest surprise is that we haven't seen him in this position until just now.
Yeah.
I mean, that goes without saying. He got 62% of the kills in that one. Even with this win, you know, outside of me, it was a little quiet initially, but again, it was a tough circle. It was ending in not a city finish, but close to. And they played it better than anybody else did.
All right, well, total leaderboard again here, Martin, and not much has shifted for the top.
It is time for quick math again. It's 25 points difference down to United Kingdom from Brazil there. But I will say, though, the interesting thing for me is that we have Korea, we have Vietnam, we have Finland, and potentially China, if they have a good game here for the next one, to have a 3-4-way fight for third place.
Oh, yeah. Very, very close in that regard. I think, when you look at kind of Finland, Australia, the momentum has slowed a little bit. Of course, we got some Australia here now, but they were expecting those guys to be challenging for the top three.
They are. Now, I will say Australia has been turning it up. China's been turning it up. The U.S. has been turning it up. And those are all teams that are actually kind of close to each other. So while we have talked about the top two have separated themselves, maybe this thing is won, the middle is not. It is still very open over the last two games to shift up those positions.
Argentina on 8th place with 92, and all the way down to Japan, 76. It is one good game for any of these teams. They will jump multiple places.
And of course, Finland here at the moment, looking for some better results, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, Finland, they had a extremely rough day 2 and day 3 compared to their day 1. Almost half the points. They were able to get 25, 24, 48 in day 1. And now here we're looking at a total of 11 points after 3 games. It is not where we were hoping them to see them after their performance on day number 1.
Has Mexi stopped trolling you?
I don't know if you're looking here at the kill proportion, 16%, but actually, you know what? I love this guy. He is so much an OG that I have played competitions against this guy, right? I've been dominated by him.
Well, of course, here is China at the moment, and I think that, you know, we coming into, I guess, the mid-portion of this tournament here, Toffees, we expected maybe the ramp-up, and hasn't quite hit it, even though, obviously, we just got a win on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's something to be said for some of these teams, or these regional teams that are made up of heavy hitters from major players throughout the world. They often don't have the synergy that some other teams do, because if you talk to them, they're going to say all of our playtime is dedicated to playing with the team that we train with. We don't really spend a lot of time with other teams or other players, and so it takes time to adjust and find that rhythm. Whereas, you know, you look at Brazil, and they're like, every time we don't have a practice, we're pubbing together, like because we get along so well. So I do think when it comes to events like this, Vietnam, Brazil, they have that advantage.
It's the same case with the UK lads. They're playing usually DJ hours. They're playing 4, 8 a.m. Michael starts his stream at 1 a.m. local UK time, right? It's absolutely crazy.
And we thrive on banter. There's no way we can't get along. But anyway, let's get into it. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's the penultimate game of PNC 2022. It's Erangel time, the grassy pastures. Let's head to the commentators.
Thank you so much, Caloris. We have made a switch on map, but guess what else? We've made a switch on casters, and I am now joined by Toby. Moving into our last 2 games, Toby, you ready?
2 more matches left to play, and while it might look like a stretch for Brazil to catch up, I saw something in that previous game. As soon as Brazil realized where United Kingdom were, they were on the hunt. They know what it takes for them to win the game. They can have good games, but they need to eliminate Britain. And in order to do that, of course, I mean, before coming into this one, I was worried that the gap down to the teams below was going to keep them from trying, because yes, you can go for first, but in doing so, you might also lose second. Now, I think with the gap that they still have down to some of the teams below, they're going to go in. They're going to go all in.
I know the song is God Save the Queen, but I think that everybody in this lobby is hoping for the fall of UK again early this time. And can they manage to do it? I mean, this is their map.
It really has been so far. It really has been so far. And while I'm not going to pick sides, I would say for the sake of everything with this tournament, this game. Go out early, UK, this game. Just to make for a phenomenal final match.
Look, if somebody manages to get, I don't know, 15 kills and a win, you're just going to be tied.
Who?
Okay?
I mean, yeah, who would do that, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Brazil. But Brazil does drop very far to the west in this one. Plane path was down around Georgia Pole, ending around Military Base Islands. That means it is a southwestern plane path, all considered. Now waiting for that circle pop to get an idea on where we're going. I wouldn't be surprised if it's avoiding, hopefully, the north, because we've been getting a lot of that north and east. And Toby.
Not only is it a melee game, but we have 3 teams down there already. So bridge camps, well, we don't know if it's going to happen. I'm going to say this, though, given how late we are in the tournament and that some teams have very little to lose at this point, this is where teams start throwing in those curveballs that you don't usually see at the early and mid stage of the tournament. Taking a look here, of course, at the previous game, and believe me, there's got to be a sour taste in the mouth of the US players, because once again, it's the solo player that ruins the win for the United States team.
But as an American, I could say at least it was Korea this time and not Vietnam.
True.
Because I think that USA should get an unofficial reward for being like around that top position where Vietnam is, because half of their points, I think, are USA.
It kind of is. Having said that, I'm not
Не понял, они что, уже приземлились, а я где-то был, да? Ничего себе. А я еще такой иду, думаю, блин, может сейчас китайские наушники распаковать? Как раз хотел распаковать китайские наушники, которые мне пришли. Может быть, потом разыграю, даже не знаю. О, видали, какие китайцы мне наушники прислали?
Bridge camp, and you can see Escaluzza already over here, just waiting, holding down a point, but it looks like this may be contested as Fisher is also around where Escaluzza is.
Не знаю, как там оно будет. Надо будет попробовать. Сейчас, может быть, в перерыве между этими играми откроем.
Shots fired, one shot connected. At this point, I mean, if you're Django at this point, you go, guys, didn't you say the bridge was free? No one's been shooting. Shots come in, but fortunately no damage done. Having said that,
ой-ой-ой, это что? Обоих просто схавал. Я не понимаю, что это безрассудство было какое-то, нет? Какой-то ужас.
Exactly, slowly making his way on over again. I mean, we've seen UK do bridge camps themselves, so they know what they're going up against. And Taipei sitting, as you're saying, Matcham, right on the other side, ready and waiting.
У нас что, сосновка зона, что ли?
For a troublesome situation. Back towards the west bridge we go as USA make their way
Или
out,
чё?
take it down towards the south. Silson still alive and kicking up by the bridge. Will he go for shots this time around? I'm not sure. He is alone though, so I'm not expecting a full-on fight.
Блин, ну немцы, как же немцы хорошо играют.
UK taking casualties in the beginning.
Всем доброго времени суток, здорово. Чё, реально сосновка зона? Я хочу поаплодировать. Наконец-то нормальная, интересная зона, которую хотелось бы посмотреть. Согласны?
That people will then go, well, now there's too much space, nobody will care for it. But then because we had the staircases on this side and the railings, people go, well, now I can sit hiding on the bridge.
Now I have a defensive wall.
Now I'm looking very good. And I think that's, of course, added to the reason why we're starting to see more and more of these camps.
Poor PewDiePie. If he had just waited a little while longer and then taken that fight at the bridge, it would have ended up better for him. Hey, look, I've been around in PUBG for a while. I can make some old school jokes every once in a while.
That is true. Team slowly starting to make their way. And you can see here, I mean, out towards the east side, Chinese Taipei, they want
Мне кажется, у Ян Ли очень такое хитрое лицо. Прям Ян Ли ждет. И вот этот вот Савиор тоже. Прям капитальная засада. Хотя Ян Ли лутается. Он говорит, блин, пацаны сели на мост. Срамота какая.
maybe play around shark fin because we pretty much know that this is going to go military. We might get some shenanigans where it goes on bridge. I mean, if we get a bridge circle, I'm not going to be sad.
North.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could, but...
It can. Small chance, but...
Are you now evil with me, Toby? Is that what
we
you're
are
wanting?
That late in the tournament that I've been converted. To some extent. To some extent. To some extent.
Сейчас будет что-то. А, или это было? Это повтор уже? А, Варда уже схавали.
Sometimes that just happens, and it's going to happen all
Just
across the tournament
happens.
for multiple different teams. For UK, though, in this case, having just gone out early with only 2 points in the previous games, that is just not the time you want to have that happen.
Фига, все тачки потопили, нафиг. Поплыли.
Because Chinese Taipei is going to be mostly watching the bridge for defense. While this is happening, Argentina's holding the other side of it. USA is trying to make the move around. So USA is going to get a pretty much free shift over to this beach, and nobody's there.
UK all the space in the world. Now this does of course means rotating by bridge, by boat I should say. You don't have your cars with you. So shoot this next circle, go hard south. They need to make the run on up to the roadside. We know that there were 4 teams on the island to begin with, so I'm not sure if there are going to be cars available because Germany, while they rotated out of military base itself, has taken some cars.
UK, так сейчас нельзя вот умирать на халяву просто вообще.
Because it's going to be very important to watch what's... Oh,
we're really just looking...
Just the saddest
Hello,
of sad.
Hello,
It's almost like that medicine could have saved him, just leaving it for him. Like,
Да,
maybe that could have
тролли.
everything. But going back to what I was talking about, the Western Bridge now has Argentina to the south of it, USA to the north of it, and to the north of them in the hills is going to be Indonesia.
It's almost as if that potential traffic jam we talked on the East Bridge has now just gone full swing over
Because
towards the
Chinese
West.
Taipei is
I mean,
leaving
the
the
East is open. Taipei, they were sitting around. They were very patient, in my opinion, but no one came that way. Once UK turned around...
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Где корейцы? Корейцы еще в Ясной. И вы посмотрите, немцы в центре сидят, кайфуют вообще. Сейчас кто-то к ним приедет и убьет их. Они просто заняли кому-то место.
I guess we tend to end there more often than not, but it does feel like, again, this year we have been kind of moving into that western side. I'm not saying that it's all RNG, but it just sometimes feels like the circles move in certain directions.
Sometimes we tend to become a little super...
Пацаны, мы поддержим вам место, приезжайте.
You know that some teams actually do have rituals during Circle 1 and Circle 2 to try to get the circle to summon to them?
Whenever we say pray to the circle gods, it's no
they
joke.
Really do.
People pray to the circle gods because apparently that's another belief, I suppose.
Well, Australia looks like they're going to start their rotation in, and Turkey making it hard for Finland.
Мекси просто высадил нафиг.
China that's going to be back behind them. Turkey doing a good job of just finding opportunities around them.
I mean, we're talking about bridge camps. Might as well do a potato camp while you're at it.
Sure, why
not? You know, I mean, there's only going to be so many approaches teams are going to be coming into the south here from. Potato being one of them, you set yourself up kind of in the middle of things, so you block off the Pachinki field, you block off the overhill side of Potato, you're going to get a freebie. Just like that issue is now, that I believe that the Finnish players actually stopped at least for a second, so Turkey can't really make that further move just yet.
This is weird. Okay, so we're way over here in those hills just south of Pachinki, where you can see the China just moved. At the hills just north of the crossroads for bridge is where Indonesia is, and they were taking pot shots at him at range. Usually you want to lure somebody into that direction, but China going to lean into playing edge. It's been working well for him so far. Korea, you can see making their rotation, praying that it goes north.
And not only do they shoot north and obviously alert China that there are people south of them, they also alert USA, if they didn't know already, that you actually have a team sitting just up on the other side of that hill. So while USA might have been looking south to go, how are we planning on cross the road ourselves, or the bridge ourselves, they're now fully focusing north to say, wait, there's teams coming in behind us, we have to be ready for that.
Finland been having some troubles on this rotation so far, and it looks like we could see Finland trying to hold this down. Korea does look like they're going to camp on the other side of this. China did see this rotation. We've got just a second or two before we see absolute chaos or just a continued bridge camp. And yep, continued bridge camp is going to be happening to the west, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of our northern teams make that shift over to the eastern bridge.
You would think at this point, especially with the circle being this that now the eastern bridge is going to be looking...
Посмотрите, где австралийцы нафиг. Бедолаги, сколько им до зоны пердолить еще? Корейцы там, финны. Ой, какая жопа будет? Они сейчас что там, плыть собрались или что? Японцы только, походу, еще лодки нашли, что ли?
China's going to use that opportunity to move right in back behind them. Finland is playing right along the coastline. Looks like they're thinking about going for a swim, but Korea might be providing overwatch on that, and that's going to be a problem.
Finland started rapping, but I think they heard the cast from Korea.
Есть ли шанс еще у корейцев?
I was gonna say they heard them. I don't think
Ну давай так, чисто в теории есть.
From miles up behind on the hillside, spot slash. So now Korea realizing they could potentially be fighting on two fronts if they alert Finland.
А, так подожди, это предпоследняя игра, наверное, уже нету. Если только они выиграют 2 игры с 20 фрагами, там, я не знаю. Но тут уже и Ноникс умер.
Turkey very, very nice engaging that one. While losing one, they keep their calm and they find two Loki trying to make its way on. And Soul still in calm, making its way over to help Smash. Folds, peeks out, but peeks out early on his own. Teammates nowhere near to help. That's a good flash coming through. Finds the second one
Как
as
же
well.
он хорош.
Loki, so far a solo army, but Soul is there to help now as well.
1v1 across, and is he going to get spotted? Loki does go down, and now it is a big problem. At range, there is still one more member up for Korea, and so it's going to have to be another 1v1 lined up. Is Soul going to lean into it? And he does. It looks like vengeance and the potential of saving an Anonymous is on his mind.
That is a good thing. It bounces off his head, off his helmet, and somehow they both stay alive. Soul peeks who fights one, but not going to get the second. Turkey
корейцы,
and while there was an opportunity match for Finland to
плохо посражались. Афины просто поплыли тем временем, пока там турки и корейцы закусились. Финны, как дела?
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't know it was gonna be fishing season this early, but yep, indeed. Finland in trouble as they try to make their crossing headshot. Not what you want to have happen when you have no way of getting to safety. Remember now, though, we do have
огрызаться. Ну, вот тут как бы, да, пацаны из Вьетнама должны были просто плотно у берега потом встать и закрывать их. Сейчас этот Клориас, он сам сдохнет.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nerve-wracking approach, to say the least. Vietnam just ahead of them. Australia, don't worry, they'll right itself. They're down to the south and pretty open around there. Should be okay. Looks like China is doing a boat scout. They have spotted one out, and really the canal is an opportunity here. Yeah. But I think most people are really just kind of watching the very far northern section of the beachhead, so you do have some opportunities to rotate there.
I mean, China's been sitting in, you can see them still. I mean, they were sitting in Ferry Pier for a while, scouting on forward while all the commotion was happening further east. They've been looking down towards the south side compounds, like on the, I suppose, northern shore on the west side of military base. And as we can see on the map here as well, it's completely free, so they're going to have the most easy rotation of all the teams that have made their way over.
I do want to point out, there is one team that's missing, and that's going to be Japan.
А немцы-то все еще сидят в центре. Ну, уже надо стакаться, как бы. Это слишком нагло так играть. Они и так очень слабые, так они еще и сплитом играют. Вы обалдели вообще.
Despite the fact that we've lost 10 players already, it's kind of felt like a slow start to a melee game, in my opinion. A lot of attempts.
Это что за покемон? Кого он ждет?
Other than that, it's been people playing very patient. Again, we're at the latter stage of the tournament. Only 2 games remain. And while you might not get first place, believe me, the prize pool increasing with every single team you take out is huge. So these teams, they want to go out, they want to find the free kills, they want to get the kills in there where they don't have to risk dying themselves. And that's why we're seeing so many teams sit so patient. Had it been early in the tournament, a lot of teams would have called it already and just crossed on over.
So with this, bridge camp to the west is still going on, as Indonesia, who was to the north of USA for a while, is still trying to figure out how they're going to come into this one. USA still holding down. Keep in mind, Argentina is still to the south of this bridge as well. So we're in a recipe for some fun. China did make their cross, sees what's going on, and is on the opposite beach looking into what's happening with USA and Indonesia.
О, немцы даже кого-то нокнули. Подожди! Ицкрис у Германии? Вместо муки это он, что ли? Ну, это получше, чем мука, походу. Австралийцы наступили на Тайвань. Тайвань им показала, кто тут делает чипы.
You know that they want to make an impact on this last day. Now just Monty up. That said, no member of Australia flushed out yet. If Monty can somehow win a super huge firefight and save his teammates,
Я тебе об этом написал в начале стрима. Нет, я понял, что муку заменили, но я не понял, на кого на самом деле.
So no help to be found there. Look at this, Leo. 13 bullets.
Джапенцы заезжают.
Not a whole time spent looting. They went to the bridge early. They held it, and it could potentially come to cost them if they don't get some more loot real soon.
China here's what's going on back behind this. Oh, sorry. Japan here's what's going on back behind this one. Is going to be moving up into Chinese Taipei. They have to be very careful with this. The hillside is kind of complicated to move through. Leo is looking at what's going to be happening, but Japan's not taking.
Джапенцы досиделись до синькой.
In Shiva. But I think that they should be able to make it to matter. Lee might have a different idea for that one though.
Минус 2.
I gotta say, while Taipei might not have. Oh, let's hold that thought for a second. Here comes USA. Sideways, they try to go left, right, make the way on over Turkey. In the meantime,
Аргентина приемщики моста первого уровня.
Now they find one finds two as USA starts taking casualties on the West Bridge.
Argentina is trying to reinforce on the other side of this, but China at range is taking shots. The circle does.
А все сдохнут на этом мосту сейчас. Все сдохнут.
That they need to finish this quite quickly. USA has been waiting so long
От
to cross
китайцев.
Argentina on the opposite side. This is a fight that has been waiting to happen for oh so long, and neither one is
Неужто немцы могут выиграть?
graciously as they're trying to do.
I mean, if you're USA here, you're thinking you're fighting. How are there so many Argentinian players in this area? And as you were saying, rightly so, Argentina
Indonesia
clue that you have them
Indonesia's
on the
coming back behind this.
Indonesia is pulling up on this one as well. Everyone wants a piece of the Western Bridge. It's going from chaos to utter insanity.
Да.
So now we see USA going out, Indonesia still being gatekept, can't make any movement. China being the beneficiaries for everything that's going on, slowly waiting for their time to cross around this, now finding angles onto Argentina, but that could provide an opportunity for RDK to maybe survive this. China now making the push, holding down what's going on. Brazil now in some trouble on the opposite side of this one. They're caught up in a fight with Canada. One member already flushed out and Haven down.
So many attacks coming through.
Бразилия посыпалась опять. В очередной раз я говорю о том, что Бразилия по факту довольно-таки слабые. Они выигрывают и показывают какой-то результат только когда, блин, в центре сидят. Спаркинг ультанул просто.
Gets one back up, Sparking, 4-0ing, of course with the help of his teammates, but the leaderboard states it, 4-0 Canada. A lot of points coming in, a lot of needed points coming in for Brazil as they try to continue their climb up after United Kingdom.
Polly trying to contend up with what's going with Thailand. He's going to go down. UK getting spotted out as they're making their approach into Australia. Luke's down again. Michael on a smidgen of health, just trying to stay alive.
Проблема у британцев.
And everybody is having to move away from it. UK's T-Bone is at very far away from everything that's going to be going on, but Escaloosa is going to be finding some stuff. Belmont does pick up Luke 12, and maybe Thailand might have an angle onto this.
Still a 0-point game for UK and Brazil, clapping their hands, seeing UK players fall into their knees. Now, things might not be over just yet on that side, but down towards the west, China opted to back off the bridge as they realized there was nothing more to come for. Brazil, though, is where my eyes are right now. They have to make a move, and seems to me like they're going straight in the direction of China.
Этот мужчина тоже приехал. Он, скорее всего, за зоной умирать будет.
Brazil is going to be coming up the hillside right back behind them. We do see that Fisher takes himself out. Brazil sending it in. They often find sneaky ways to make it in the circle, but they are so weak. China, high ground.
Бразил, в опене просто выгрузились. Минус Бразилия, короче. Минус Бразилия! Сейчас их немцы будут. И китайцы. Ага, там что-то Бразилия кончилась вообще в секунду просто. Финны сейчас попробуют китайцев почикать, но не получится, я думаю.
China now encroaching on to Vietnam's point total time and time again. Does need to get these reses quickly and has to move into a direction where Germany could be trying to gatekeep them. Vietnam, the team that they're trying to chase, to the north of that position. So this is a very influential firefight. Do note that Thailand is sneaking up back behind Germany and could provide an opportunity for China to push.
China, such a good game in the last game. Fight their way all the way through to a victory. Now 8 kills, all 4 still on their feet. Sure, there is a move to make, but a move that I would say is doable. Again, as you were saying, Matchum, depending on what Germany does here to try and hold them off.
Ну чё, есть хотя бы какая-то вера в Germany, чат? Вот они сидят всю игру в центре, один фраг имеют.
Michael finding another opportunity in this one. China is just trying to watch what's happening, but UK is now moving to get center control of the circle.
Michael is the savior of China, and Ixlip even takes it away from him, as if he wasn't being helped enough from Michael. He steals the kill.
China is like, we need these kills right now.
Если сейчас ребята с Британии выиграют игру,
Всё.
уже, мне кажется, интриги ноль. Не, Китай сейчас за зоной, у Китая очень непростая ситуация. Китайцы, скорее всего, умирают. Немцы даже тут умудрились как-то одного типа потерять.
Germany finally finds their firefight, much to the chagrin of China, and that vehicle is saving their ass right now. China just wants to try to reset onto it. Germany continuing the nades tossed out, but do note that Vietnam has flanked back behind China as well.
Нет, не хорошая.
He was only here as a coach, now here as a player. Sapao peeks in return. Headshot.
А зараз зону нокнуться, нет?
We are in phase 5, remind me. So that blue. That
Ой-ой-ой.
it's going to get even worse just 10 seconds from now.
China knows that they need to make the move. The couple of shots that they did manage to put into
Как же они...
They're trying to assault where we can see Chris holding down, and my God, he just unloads on top of him. But here's the thing, Vietnam isn't stopping their approach. They know that there's a weakened squad in front of them. They're trying to find the angles into it. Hisaki gets some damage, does get the knock. Germany is out, and Vietnam is feeling like they can take on Korea's point position.
China comes close, but Vietnam will do everything they can to separate themselves even further. Just 1 point up to Korea, and should they go out and win this, they might even be close to Brazil.
Let's see, Vietnam starting to slow this one down, moving back to the north, realizing how UK is moving through this one.
Ну, Вьетнаму нужна победа тоже. Они могут второе место занимать. Пробовать. Вошли в историю как самая слабая команда в 2022 году на National Cup'е. Просто в шоке. Финны, к сожалению, после второго дня сдулись тоже. Ну, после даже первого, может. А сейчас так решили Таиланд играть как-то сейвово, что-то. Пытаются хотя бы один топ забрать.
Manages to get them up with 3. UK in the meantime not really opting to aggress on anything here.
His crawling was just trying to buy more time. Finally it does connect. The fishing with dynamite finds its target.
Ну, Вьетнам и UK 3 в 3 останутся, наверное. Я думаю, что сейчас UK займут очень хорошую позиционку. Финны сдулись, потому что там нет сауны. Нет сауны, нет расслабона. Опа. Опа, а он пробежал. Так, ребят, напоминаю про розыгрыш рюкзака PUBG в Телеграме. И напоминаю про лайк, кто не поставил. Рюкзачок прикольненький. Вот такой вот рюкзачок, пацаны. Ну кайф же.
Belmoth and how he plays this.
We've seen snakes and we've seen the impact the solo players can have regardless of how many players opposing teams have remaining. I'm seeing Belmoth with a level 3 vest and 3 nades. If Vietnam does anything to push down south, if they take the fight to UK first, it's looking very likely
Чё, будем
Thailand's Belmoth would have an impact.
наушники распаковывать после игры?
None of them moving an inch.
Или чё?
Haizaki is moving to the north for Vietnam right now, while the other two are still continuing to look for where Belmoth is. I think they might know. I don't know.
What makes you think that?
I think he's in some trouble, but he has himself a pretty good weapon to unload onto somebody, and really, if he just continues to stall out, that's going to make this so much easier for UK.
And even if they start lobbing nades, I mean, how much utility are you going to be willing to sacrifice on a solo? He's prone, he has level 3 gear, it's going to take, unless if it's going to be right on the money, it's going to take at least 2 or 3 nades to take him down.
Keep in mind, Vietnam doesn't know how many are alive, if they're solos or whatever's going on the opposite side of this. They've been trying to probably track what's going on, but remember,
Unboxing китайских ушей, да?
Really early, and since then has been
чё?
quite with what's going to be happening, because every single time we saw Vietnam fighting, it was around the time that UK was. So now we're going to have to see if Belmoth can connect into this. He takes the shots onto him, but T-Bone's already counter moving around this one. He is aware. Now here's this Vietnam, though. They need to clean this up quickly because they've got to move. Finally takes them down. But it is time to move. You've got to make it in the safe zone, and you've got to figure out how you want to assault UK.
Exactly. Thailand, solid performance once again, making placement points, but now the fight comes towards the east. UK has been sitting here ready and waiting for the final battle for a while.
Не знаю, мне кажется, ошибка им вот так вот в зданиях торчать, конечно.
How passive this game has been for UK. They've been backfilling as best as they could. Now in a very winnable to a 3v3.
Winnable.
They are aware. Okay, there's probably somebody that's already got control of this.
Very winnable.
What's going on the outside of this one? They are moving in. They have been fighting a lot more, and that could be a big detriment for them. As wow, we're getting really sneaky. T-Bone moving into this one, trying to hold down that high.
Issue is, as you were saying, Vietnam has no vision, no knowledge of what's happening out towards the east. That could be a UK player right around the next hillside. They don't know what they're doing right now. Is that they're looking at the map saying there is a good chance that there's at least one of them inside one of those buildings. We're waiting final circle. If it shifts away, at least then we know.
Да, это разыгровка, конечно. Мощь. Мощь.
Like how he's coming into this one. It's almost like Haizaki and T-Bone have the exact same idea. Like, okay, I'm just going to move into this slowly in the circle. Again, giving UK that extra little bit of a boost. Haizaki hoping that maybe this would give him some cover, but I mean, you can see they just have no idea where this is lined up at.
No one's showing their hand here, but believe me, once that first bullet is fired, this game is going to be over in a second. I think so, yeah. Feck smoking off the roof side. Don't want to allow for any angles towards the northwest, and it's pretty crucial, honestly, because if he starts shooting towards the southwest, Haizaki, perfect angle to shoot him from the side. Doesn't happen, though.
I love this. You can see that Vietnam instantly reacting what's going on, shifting into position around this, going, okay, we now know where at least something's going on. They're on top of this roof. We can't get to a high position around it. Now it's all up to the peak battles, and right now it looks like UK has the authority in that.
Vietnam's got the high ground, and we know from experience that comes in pretty damn handy. Sapao already won.
Что-то я сейчас усну, чат. Капец, какая-то разыгровка унылая вообще.
From the fire from Fex. Now Michael up on the same roof here as well. They're looking for info. They don't want to make a move before they know where all of the opponents are. Headshot comes through, but Michael stays on his feet.
Doesn't go down, so Vietnam.
Ну, они, кстати, хорошо на крышу засели вдвоем. Если что, друг друга смогут поднять. И у них там есть тачка, но с другой стороны не очень хорошее решение. И, может быть, им потом не дадут оттуда убежать.
Ridge is too steep for the Vietnamese players to get a good angle on down. Every time you peek it over, you know there's.
Что, они сейчас сядут в тачку и поедут или что? Майкл при этом красный, смоки раскидывают. Нет, они по тачке просто забрались, там у них есть проходка спокойно. Окей. Ну сейчас плюс-минус они в равных условиях тут. Хотя нет, слушайте, у Британии позиция получше. Они занимают низинку и центр ближе к ним.
On the opposite side of that, Vietnam holding a strong line across, hoping the fact that they can maybe crossfire, holding these angles could give them something.
Какой смысл вот так вот лежать? Не очень понимаю.
Taking the bait yet. This is actually pretty evened up. I think that Sapal might be the first person to have to move, and
Они типа тупо ждут ошибку?
So much on the line here for both teams. UK really could separate themselves coming into the final game against Brazil. Vietnam, in the meantime, could encroach on Brazil from the bottom. Let's see here. Imcut spots one. Information coming across. Fix, are you going to set up the flank, or are you going to go as a three-man stack pushing on forward together?
Smokes now coming out. The little bit of information was enough to start making some moves. Vex knows what's going on. Nades haven't connected yet, but these smokes are getting close. Trying to navigate the nades.
Минус О, один в один, хорошо. Минус Майкл, а в последний у нас без шлема, по-моему, нет, со шлемом. Ну, Вьетнам молодцы. Так, ну чё? Распаковка. Отстой? Ну чё, давайте тогда, пока там периф, распакуем китайские наушники, которые мне заслали. Оп-оп-оп. Ой, что-то вывалилось. Ладно. Так, вывалились провода. Что у нас тут есть в комплекте? Блин, микрофон мешает, да, ни хрена не видно. Так, короче, что у нас тут есть? Два провода, один ауксовский, вот такой вот, и один USB Type-C. Кстати, подожди, USB. Они что-то со встроенной звуковухой? Ну, упаковочка максимально дешман. Вот такой вот микрофончик. Микрофончик. И наушники. Все. И вот такие вот наушнички. Ну, короче, липковатые. Без фокуса с наушниками, липковатые наушнички, но в целом выглядит неплохо. Типа складываются вот так вот, грубо говоря. Итак, где у нас? О, смотрите, элементы управления присутствуют прямо здесь.
Maybe a little bit too late to be able to make anything really shake up in the top three, but oh my days, they're really blasting.
Yeah, and on top of that,
тут же и все разъемы. Итак, давайте сначала попробуем подключить через USB. А что, они не великоваты, мне кажется, нет? Они очень легкие, да. Очень легкие, но амбушюры такие твердоватые. Не знаю, как там сбоку смотрится, кайфово, не кайфово. Так, окей. Дальше. А что это за модель? Наушники. Blackstone G5. Вот так, вдруг кто-то захочет себе купить. Кто знает, собственно. Так, а как? Вот так вот у них выглядит микрофон. Микрофончик. Кнопки отключения, выключения микрофона есть, нет? Блин, ну прикольно. Короче, я уже их открывал и скажу вам так. Большущий минус, я их никуда еще не подключал, не слушал вообще. Огромнейший минус. Они положили USB Type-C. Смотрите, какого размера. Просто куда я нахрен должен их подключить? Просто, я не знаю, тут 50 сантиметров, наверное. Плюс-минус. Ладно, благо у меня в мониторе есть USB.
I kind of like some of the flashy plays we saw, and I gotta be honest, I like
Pick.
that United States they capped the West Bridge.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen more bridge capping. The changes to the bridge, the fact that you can drive down
Hello?
below, has definitely made it a little more viable. And they got a good fight. They picked a good fight
Hello?
with Asia, but again,
Подождите. Я не понял, они вообще воткнулись?
UK goes out fast in the last game, and we get to watch Brazil go on a hunt.
Yeah, lost one early, but there you go. They
Что-то я
able to
не
salvage themselves 7 points through this.
погодите.
Vietnam 20 points.
У меня какое-то новое что-то появилось,
is a
нет?
little bit on the warpath right now. 13 points go their way.
And also Germany being able to step up here and get 8. I am really happy to see that they're able
Они
to
вообще...
have a good
нахрена
game,
USB
get
Type
ball
C?
placement as well. They now have had their, with one game to go, they now have had their best days so
Таких
far.
нет, по-моему.
Very nice to see. Of
Ничего
course,
не понял.
as we
Они
come to
беспроводные?
a close here.
Да, конечно, беспроводные, ага. 10 раз беспроводные. Китайские беспроводные уши. А кто их знает, может... Слушайте, есть какой-то индикатор, да, красный? Вон, горит. Видите? Я не понимаю, может они реально беспроводные? Не, они не беспроводные. Какой беспроводные? Почему индикатор красный? А нахрена мне вообще? Это что, реально зарядка, что ли? Да, они беспроводные? Чё? А реально, что ли?
It's United Kingdom, 200 points now, and I don't think anybody else is going to be breaking that.
Так если они беспроводные, тогда вообще вопросов к ним нету, слушайте. Ищи модуль, да нет там никакого модуля. У меня есть блюпук, у меня есть в компьютере. Или я его выключил. О, подождите, у меня в компьютере блюпук есть. Подожди, ну-ка инструкцию срочно. Так, испаньола, дойч, русский. Русский. Питаем по-русски. G5, Bluetooth, наушники. Зарядный кабель. Карточка гарантии. То есть у них нету никакого адаптера. Так то есть я могу их к телефону подключить? Или еще в теории могу? По факту. Да? А я думал, нафига такой маленький кабель они положили, жопшники? Думаю, как вообще пользоваться-то? Ну ладно, тогда вопросов, собственно, нету. Ну, а чё, а как? А как их подключать-то нафиг? Многофункциональные клавиши, клавиши питания. Да только что зажал. Зажал прям надолго. А на чё? Может быть, они просто разряженные? Мужики, я только что ее зажимал. Вы чё, прикалываетесь? Сколько секунд ее держать? Индикатор ничего не делает. Типа, вот я ее... индикатор что-то замерцал. Ну, на телефон его не... Нет, не замерцал. Он просто погас и теперь снова горит. Но телефон его не... Телефон Bluetooth эти уши не ищет, типа. Они как должны называться-то? Не, я же уже не первый раз их нажимаю, ты чё? Так, подождите, давайте на компе включим Bluetooth тогда. Так, у меня все там вкручено, антенна вкручена. Мне кажется, я просто Bluetooth чисто физически вырубил нахрен. Где-то мой Bluetooth. Как он пишется-то? Как пишется Bluetooth? А. Bluetooth. Все, погнали. Ну, он видит мои клавиатуры. Другие устройства не видят ничего. Так, добавление устройства. Bluetooth. Добавить сейчас поищем. Сними с зарядки. Типа, вы считаете, когда они на зарядке, я не могу ими пользоваться, правильно? Ну да, индикатор изменился, и правда. Снял зарядки. А какой смысл тогда пользоваться наушниками, если их нельзя поставить на зарядку? Тебе нужно поставить режим поиска. Хорошо. Все, вот видишь, мерцает, видишь? Где там индикатор? Видишь? Все, режим поиска пошел. Вот, например, здесь на телефоне они уже определились. А на компьютере я не вижу, чтобы она определилась. Алло, компьютер, найди мне уши, пожалуйста, по-братски. Ну, как-то странно, что они такие вроде как и блюпуп, а никакого устройства для того, чтобы их... Так, Bluetooth устройство. Убедитесь, что ваше устройство включено. Оно включено. Давай, добавить устройство. Хочу. Все, здесь показывает. Вопрос в том, почему не показывает, когда я его компу пытаюсь на компе найти. Дорогие ли это уши? Да нет, вроде. Все, с телефона я подключился. Ну-ка. А как? Мне же вам надо показать, какой там звук, какие, чего, кого. Блин, прикольно, они беспроводные, я даже не думал об этом. Я сейчас позвоню себе в Дискорде и буду с вами разговаривать. Как вы думаете? Так, ну звук есть. Определенно звук есть. Окей, давай. Музыка. Подключись с телефона и подключись с ПК. Так он не был подключен, не находит. Прикольно, я не знал, что они беспроводные. Они по-моему, стоят что-то 2000 рублей. Конечно, на них написано wireless, а я думал, хрень какая-то, даже не хотел их распаковывать. Блин, нормально, там музяка играет. Слушайте, ну прикольно. Давайте отключим сейчас от телефона, попробую компьютер как-то подключить. Все, они отключились у меня от телефона. Надо забыть их. Не-не-не. Отключить и забыть это устройство нахрен. Так, все, они у меня должны искать. Bluetooth у меня включен. Какой-то еще хаб-контроллер. Что это за хаб-контроллер, блин? Типа, я добавляю Bluetooth устройство, мышь, клавиатуры или аудио, и он просто не ищет. Переустановка драйвера, может быть, блюпуп надо сделать. Уши перезагрузи, возможно. Так, выключил. Зажал. Компьютер, ты будешь искать, нет? Нужно, чтобы мигали. Да вот посмотри, видишь? Видишь, мигает. Видишь? Может, у меня с Bluetooth просто что-то? Может, это у меня Wi-Fi? А Bluetooth нет? А Bluetooth не установлен? Блин, он даже мой роутер нашел. Но это Wi-Fi, логично. Добавить Bluetooth. Блин, ну я хотел бы подключить их к компу, чтобы вам... Так это Wi-Fi модуль. Так это Wi-Fi модуль, так у него Bluetooth тоже есть, нет, что ли? У меня же есть... Я же что-то уже подключал по Bluetooth. Я подключал, по-моему, клавиатуру по Bluetooth. А комп, телефон находит ли комп? Так там же надо... У тебя Bluetooth нет в компе. Ну все, значит. А как нет, если я реально клавиатуру подключал? Давайте посмотрим устройство. Блин, ну капец. Если б я знал, что он бесплатный. А, ну мы можем их, конечно, подключить в итоге через AUX, чтобы вы послушали, то так или иначе. Но провод тоже коротенький, и я не знаю. Так, давайте диспетчер устройств сейчас посмотрим. Ну чё вы мне рассказываете? Ну чё вы мне рассказываете? Ну чё? Мысли нету. Алло, а это чё нахрен? И это типа не Bluetooth? Wireless. Возможно, не Bluetooth. Игра через 10 секунд начнется, говорят. Давайте драйвера попробуем обновить, но в этом смысла нету, их тогда сносить надо к черту. У тебя есть Bluetooth? Но я и говорю, что у меня есть Bluetooth. Вы что меня лечите-то? Пацаны. Может быть, стоит снести нахрен дрова и накатить новые дрова, как вариант? I don't know.
And all around the world, we can see that we are getting prepped and ready to go.
Может, я что-то неправильно делаю, может, там у него специальное приложение должно быть. Он у меня раньше отображался в меню пуск, я его нахрен убрал. Сейчас я его добавлю в меню пуск, может быть, мы...
Back-to-back games with UK players down early.
Dude, I've got my eyes set. Vietnam going crazy.
Может быть, мы если в панели задач, сейчас я его добавлю, там можно будет добавить. Я, по-моему, через панель задач делал. Я его, мне кажется, я его отключил просто. Слушайте.
One thing's for sure, as always, this is going to go right down to the final game match.
You can see all around the world, we're going back over to Tokyo. Tokyo have been proving themselves to be quite dominant in different sections of this one. Like, they've
Так, что там, игра еще не началась? Нет, игра еще не началась. А что-то я его даже не могу добавить в панель задач, получается. Уши выключились.
But it's also kind of hard because, I mean, Brazil, UK, these were like not the favorites coming into this one. Instead, our favorites are the ones that are in the chase, just trying to see if they can scramble for third. China, you know, wants to show up back onto this one. Korea never wants to leave anything back behind, and you can see all of the different
Переустановка драйвера Bluetooth.
where you can watch in. I mean, Junku over there, you can see there's got something going for himself.
Чё, так это ж надо будет, если я сейчас драйвера у него снесу.
So many streamers and content creators having supported this tournament from start to finish. And as you're saying, it's all across the globe. Of course, I mean, sits with
Мне
the
надо
name of
будет
the
смотреть,
tournament.
что у меня
It's
за
just
устройство,
amazing
и
to see so many
автоматически
people
то
who
же самое
might
ведь
not be that
накапит.
active anymore in competitive PUBG, still out there supporting the competitive scene. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Lots of 4 AM guys got everything going right now. Feels a little bit bad. Used to seeing them at events like this. It almost feels weird to not have like Boliang and everybody else.
You got infantry up there as well. I mean, these are players that we see every single
Врубай игру.
year at the top tournaments, not represented here. But it
Так
goes
игры
to
нету,
show
чё врубай
the
игру,
depth that
чел?
some of these
Алло.
countries have when it comes to competitive PUBG. It's insane to me. Insane
Так,
to me.
ладно,
Like,
сейчас
countries like
посмотрим,
China,
какой
multiple
ауксовский
countries
кабель.
have
Хорошо,
so
беспроводные
many
уши, это
that
уже
highly
намного
skilled
лучше,
players.
чем...
There has been a lot
Ну
of
блин,
people that are
ауксовский
waiting
кабель не
for
намного
their turns. Like,
длиннее.
it's a 12-hour
Посмотрите
difference
нахрен.
where I normally live back over in the USA, and I've seen Americans that have been waiting
Мне
up
его
for
даже не
streams
хватит,
with
чтобы
this. We've seen it
подключить к
over in,
компу.
like, Europe. Time
Чё за
zones
дела?
be damned. Everybody wants to get involved and be showing different stuff and show their support and just be talking about all the cool stuff that's happening in this event.
У меня такая же фигня, решение написал. Выключи Bluetooth на телефоне, перезагрузи наушники и попробуй их найти на компе. Чувак, зачем мне выключать на Bluetooth на телефоне? Если на телефоне я забыл это устройство, я к нему не подключен. Ну давай, вот я вырубил на Bluetooth на телефоне. Игра пока не началась, не паникуйте, я слежу. Все слежу.
Really? You're just calling it, you're just throwing down the gauntlet right now.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I like it.
I want that to happen anyway.
I want to see it. It would be.
Так, Bluetooth
This
устройство.
audience deserves it. I mean, the Thai players definitely deserve it as well. It has just been so good to watch. And yes, guys, I know you're in there. It's like, when are we going to get into game? Guys, we got a lot of stuff to work through, and we're almost done with it. So, Toby, before we jump into this last round, what do you think we got to hit?
I am worried now that Brazil has been closed up on by both Korea and Vietnam that they might not want to dare go full on.
Всё равно не
Because
находит.
had they had a 20-point gap down to the teams in third and fourth, they would say, you know what, nothing to lose. Let's try and take out UK early because we have to deny them points in order to make sure that we can even remotely have a chance to catch up. Now that that's not the case, I'm not sure, but I'm very curious, and you guys should be as well, to see what the early plays from Brazil will be in this game to come.
I mean, if Brazil wants a chance to try to get into this one, they have got to start early, and they have got to get as many kills as they can. They have to hope that UK can get nothing else, but it is time. Let's kick this one off.
Какая-то печалька.
My, the audience is oh so loud. Last match, game 20, and we have a very southern plane path.
Are we going straight back to Millie, or is it gonna be even worse? Because we've had that twice already. Are we going mill to power? Because there's a team sitting out there. Thinking of which, we have had 2 teams win games around mill to power. Which 2? Brazil and.
This is going to be
United
ridiculous. Are we also going to potentially see a Quarry? I'm an evil guy. But Quarry is like, I don't know, like the full Sith dark side of enjoying.
I don't mind Quarry.
Oh, dude, it always feels like it's so hard to navigate, and specifically for the players, because it's just such a, like, there's so many different moving factors around it.
Есть инфа по ближайшим турикам?
I've always considered
Нет,
Quarry
нет туриков,
the
нет
Miramar
инфы. Все, там игра началась.
See, I always think of it's more like Stallber. I don't know. Stallber just has that same feel to me.
Because it's a mountain.
Yeah, well, it's just got all the verticality that's inside of it coming through. All right,
we've been talking about where there's some potential drops. You can see that's going to be Thailand is going to be looking to take some shots at Canada.
Блин, беспроводные уши.
Argentina coming around Japan. Turkey is going to
Окей,
be towards
буду разбираться.
following it alongside Germany. Brazil is going to go to Mills Power. Chinese Taipei and Finland.
А я думаю, чё короткий такой провод Type-C. И думаю...
But keep in mind, we know, they know, and I'm sure all you viewers at this point, 20 games in, know who their neighbors to the west are. And they now know with this circle popping that they're the only direction they're going
Может,
to
говорит,
be
проводные.
moving
Да при чем
is
тут
into
проводные?
the
Ребят,
team they're trying
вы,
to
ну,
take out.
ерунду уже предлагаете какую-то, честное слово. Решение выключить Bluetooth на телефоне. Камон. Если они не подключены к телефону, какой смысл-то?
We did have a skirmish breakout over here, trying to see who can get everything together. Turkey has one of their members down, and we have shotguns coming out, and that's about all we can find around this location.
Japan, Argentina.
Так, сейчас скажу, кстати, сколько они стоят.
There is a gap from Argentina up to Australia in 7th, but for Japan, if they can get kills here early, they got Taipei 2 points ahead, USA 4 points ahead, and only 9 up to Thailand. So get 4 kills here, get moving, and you all of a sudden find yourself in a much better spot on the leaderboard. But before that happens, you have to take out Argentina.
Coming in, you can see near on nothing to work with. These guys coming in, Silzen got the Uzi, man. Takes out the door that is going to reveal some positions inside this one. Polly's on the other side of it. Remember, he has the shotgun, but there's a follow-up shotgun, so this peak is going to be big. He's got the IR prep, steps around through it.
30 баксов, 23 бакса.
Does hit it, looks back in, and picks up, trying to stay alive. Polly does go down, but reinforcements are coming for Japan.
Хоть какое-то развлечение, блин. Корейцы, ой, аргентинцы с японцами закусились.
Are right out the door spots. One person hit it. Helmet gone back down to 18 HP. Kane comes around the side, finds one. Martin with a shotgun in return finds one as well. 2 down from both teams. Flushes now.
Да, это последняя игра, ребят. Это последняя игра.
Now it is just Keen, the last one up. He's got himself a scope, but definitely not going to need it this close range. He wants to see if maybe he can find the time to get Polly back up, but there is no options. We're in old school.
Вьетнам вообще в теории может на второе место выбраться вообще спокойно. Если опять Бразилии не повезет с зоной... Хорошо.
And the first team out of the equation here is Japan. Again, valid effort from a team I did not have many expectations from. They've played aggressive. They've shown me that that region has really got to be respected. But here they fall out in 16th, only 3.5 minutes in.
I mean, again, they were... A lot of people, whenever they talk about Japan, and specifically like, oh, Japan doesn't do FPS games and everything else like that.
Короче, я так понял, за 23 бакса можно купить эту гарнитуру. Прикольно. Типа то, что она беспроводная, это круто. 23 бакса это вообще копейки, типа. 1500 рублей, грубо говоря.
To the Japanese scene with that Korean background. I think that has helped push and shove some things around, and curious to see how that can in the future tournaments as well impact things. Of course, here previous match highlights coming through. Brazil struggling. They do manage to get down Canada. Solid 4-piece for Sparkin, but would go down to China right after.
We've been talking a lot about Haven, but Sparkin.
Спаркинг тут ультанул, конечно, вообще.
We do also have a weird situation that is brewing where we've got USA and Indonesia stacked up on top of each other inside the game. Brazil is making a rotation around. They do need to move to the west, but you can see it's getting pretty feisty inside the game itself, so we might want to keep an eye on what's going on over there.
Yep, exactly. Good 4-piece coming through. Vietnam here as well as we jump over to Haisagi. Previous game, 4-piece for Sparking in the early game, 3-piece for Haisagi. Of course, Nate's coming through. All of the teams helping one another. Vex, first one to go down to an 8, and then he swings out around the smoke, finds 2 immediately after. And again, I mean, going back to it, Haisagi, he would not have been there had it not been for some house insta-double headshot up towards the player from...
Чисто ради интереса надо будет зарядить эти наушники полностью и, может быть, попробовать попользоваться. Блин, ну прикольно, что они беспроводные. Это круто. Вообще, ради теста надо будет потом вне стрима, наверное, подключить их к компу, разобраться с блюпупом и потом заново переобзорчик сделать.
RDK sole player left alive for Indonesia here. Again, tough tournament for them, but honestly, I think they came into this
hoping for a very good experience, and they have been cheered for all the way through. RDK, it's going to be a tough one, but curious to see what you can get out of this one. 56 players still alive as we go ever so much closer to phase 2.
I mean, RDK is actually kind of in a good spot. There's also a lot to be said for whenever you're coming in and the amount of just knowledge you can get from other players and you can take back to your region, to your country, to really step up what's going on. Hisaki having himself one hell of a day today.
Absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, I don't think people counted out the potential of Vietnam coming this high back into it, but I think no one thought Vietnam was going to be in a spot to potentially take over Brazil coming into today. And while there is a little bit of a stretch there still, it is not impossible for them. They just had themselves a win. We know how they can thrive off good momentum. I want to see them go right back into it and get a good result here too, because they are only 14 points down.
I guess try again. If not, you don't first succeed. UK over on the Eastern Bridge, which is not inside the safe zone. Looks like they're patiently waiting for what's going on. And I don't know if anybody's going to come over here, but it could be Brazil. Brazil is playing Milta.
Imagine.
They may rotate into it. So that could be the plan that UK is prepping.
Imagine the backfill. The backfill down towards the crossroads from Brazil. If they have any idea at all that UK might be trying to pull this off, they go in, no, maybe through Milta, maybe around the back, and try and set up. Issue is, they have to be expecting, I mean, I would be thinking that UK would be doing this, but in Milta.
Я, честно говоря, даже удивился, что они беспроводные.
They know 100% no one is going to be able to catch them, but that's not the case. They want kills towards the south.
See, just patient faces waiting right now.
They're just chilling.
Hear anything? I mean, that's a good way to beat. This also gives them.
Нет, задержка типа очень маленькая, да, написано, и действительно. По крайней мере, было такое написано, что это геймерские наушники, задержка маленькая. Надо будет попробовать. Так, что у нас там Бразилия вообще? Какая зона? Все просмотрел. Бразилия едет у фермы. На нахрен. Куда-то в сторону починок. В сторону молодого горы. А где зона? А вот вижу зону. О! А зона-то опять непонятно, да, где будет? Возможно, опять Сосновка. Ну, Бразилия, мне кажется, сейчас прям максимально на нервике. То есть у пацанов... Смотрите, он просто сидит и улыбается. Вот жопа. Почему их трансляция не в 1440 на YouTube нафиг? Такие типа запустили. Ай, запустим ради того, чтобы запустить. Жулики.
We'll see how that's all going to pan on out. Argentina seems to me like Martin is expecting maybe teams to wrap down towards Millie. I mean, we got to keep in mind, while everyone is sitting up north, there is still the military hardship potential here.
Korea finds themselves in Chinese Taipei.
Да боже, они опять потеряли типа. Я надеюсь, они остановятся, подымут его. Нет, не подымут. Братик вытек. Корейцам сейчас очень важно хорошо сыграть. Там распределение призовых-то какое сейчас? Так, у нас первое место 100 косарей, второе место 58, третье 50, четвертое 44. Ну, разбег такой себе. О, немцы. Видали, что делают немцы?
Gets the line back into him, and VHC goes down. Yan Lee finds Angle on top of him. Now Chinese Taipei starting to harass in. We're starting to see everybody go down over here. VHC already low on life. This is going to be a big problem. Korea now flanking around back behind this one. They know that they need to get more kills, and they've got to take on these weakened teams.
Бразилию корейцы кошмарят.
LFP gets knocked. The flush has yet to come through. As I say that there, he falls. Brazil needs all their players on their feet in order to be even attempt to make this catch up. On the other side, Haven.
Какие замесы тут, как они не нужны сейчас для Бразилии, мне кажется. Корейцы в итоге двоих потеряли. Хорошо, 3 поинта для Бразилии. Но потеряли типа. 4 поинта, но потеряли типа.
One casualty though. How will that impact things from here on? And also, both the wounded Korea and Argentina heard all this. Are they going to try and see if they keep them off? Are they going to let them pass on through? In the meantime, out on the water we go as the ferry brings the German players from Sosnovka to the main island.
Everything has kind of calmed down for a second. UK going ahead leaving their bridge. They're going to cut out. Argentina still just chilling down on military base island. They're the only ones over there. Indonesia does finally get spotted. RDK is going to get eliminated, ending their turn.
And if there's a team that need these points, these potentially 3 points, again, Vietnam just saw Brazil.
А сколько в DNS самые такие недорогие с маленькой задержкой стоят беспроводные уши? Так полноразмерные. Вьетнам посыпался, а им тоже очень важно. Едет его сейвить, машину главное засейвить. Но походу дача там... Ну дачу может даже засейвить, кстати. Сеул и Локи все еще здесь. Они что, решили тут подлутаться или что? Тиглтон тут уже. В одну харю. Это он тупо байтит или что? Сейчас уедет, походу.
Tackleton just shot into the ground too, so Vaughn should have had the audible cue that there's people around there. You can see UK here. They were playing aggressive all the way through this tournament, but the last 2 games, they are not in a hurry. Stay 4 alive.
Зачем британцы играют за зоной, я не понимаю тоже. Чего они выцепляют их? Корейцев, они им не угрожают уже? Типа, они думают, что здесь до сих пор Бразилия, может быть? Капец, они закрутили, посмотрите просто. Жестко. Немцы там от Канады выхватывают, нет? Мне кажется, они сейчас от двоих выхватят. Ой-ой-ой.
Could not go further away from Brazil. They do have a pretty clear line to make their way down towards the southern side because
Аргентина отлетает от турков, проверяйте.
Silson just runs right in. This is chaos. Argentina's trying. They're just using cars to mow down everybody in Turkey.
Why shoot people when you can run them over? 2 down already.
Как же турки плохо играют, боже.
But can't get anything going their way. Silson does get knocked, but you see Quetpa forced to make a leave.
Thailand's coming in back behind this. They are going to hear what's going to be happening as Turkey is going to be trying to regroup. Vietnam making the roam in. USA is going to be coming alongside of them. There's a big wide field that's going to be in the north of this that nobody's going to want to play. There's the hillside though. The hillside is where everybody's going to be trying to crash into. China now bumping into Finland, and this is a pivotal fight.
Dual barrels in hand. Page able to get on in. Finds one. Xiaolu falls down.
Финны решили китайцев потушить.
The Chinese cavalry has arrived. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. Page, all that's left alive. Finland comes back in, finds one, almost gets the second. Peeks on out and gets the second as well. Still 1 more player left alive. Though Axel Peeks, he does it, and Page single-handedly annihilates China.
Here is the opportunity for Finland to jump up there. They have the capabilities to surpass China. It is not going to be too difficult. Just a couple more kills. But guess what? There's a new party that's going to be rolling on, and that's going to be Brazil. Dropping right in, but good shots coming out. And it's going to be Vietnam that takes down Avon.
Я не понимаю, как можно так кататься? Просто как можно так кататься? Этого не понимаю. Ну все, Британия выиграла эту игру. Выиграла этот турнир. 100%. И еще Бразилия может занять не второе место, а третье.
And here's a very big problem. Now the UK knows Brazil's out. That means that they can do whatever.
Блин, когда британцы с австралийцами файтятся, теряешься иногда.
USA has a different mindset, trying to crest this hillside and see if they can find an angle to what's going to be happening. H1 does open up onto Luke 12 and knocks him down.
Australia thought they were the ones to backstab UK. Instead, it's USA peeking on over the top. Finds one. Monty is there for response. No, as a matter of fact, finds T-Bone.
Корейцы там такие на краешек подъехали, аккуратненько, тихонечко. Немцы крышуют пирс.
Tickles is trying to find his way out, but it's going to be Kickstart that gets knocked onto Just Blood, the last member up for Australia right now, trying to gather some more points just at least win a solid fight.
Как бразильцы могли бы хорошо сидеть, если бы не катались как Валеры, да?
USA to come in, stab, then back off. Stab, back off. Constantly make sure you have the flow to play around. Sharp finds one. One more flush comes through. Flush goes down, and that is Australia out of the equation. But USA ain't done here. Bart Folds gets the flush. 8 kills already. And we're only now hitting phase 4.
UK, пацаны, не переживайте, вы уже выиграли.
Michael's on the side of this one. Last one up. Goes for the spray to sharp shot, but that was a quick spin. He does get the knock on a sharp shot. Trying to survive. Does get the flush as well, but is going to go
Ладно,
down.
поинт еще забрал.
Thailand short on their heels, needs to pick up more points to get some distance from them.
Top teams out. Vietnam still alive.
Что там в чате пишут?
The only compound left in this game. They are 13, make that 14 points behind Vietnam as we speak. But look at this. USA, they have set up shop. Vietnam sitting tight, but Thailand will be the next ones to have to make a move.
You can see Korea hiding out in a shack right now. Thailand's looking in between whether they want to go Canada's side or USA side on their approach, but Vietnam has control over everything that's going into the field to the northeast of their position. Germany is inside of Barry Pier still, and they're taking some shots at Argentina is going to shift them away, but the big influencing factor right now is the Vietnam-Korea survival match that is going to be happening, and I don't know if anybody's going to send it Vietnam's direction, and that's what Korea really
Ну, в теории Вьетнам реально может еще выселить Корею, ой, Бразилию со второго места.
Didn't think Soul was going to get an angle down below. Page in the meantime, from up the hillside, he was down.
Корейцы еще фармят понемножечку.
Away from there, up the hill, now starting to shoot as well. They're 1 point down from China, who are already out.
Does Korea get the kill on the Shrimpy? If anybody manages to take that, that could be absolutely huge. Thailand trying to make their push in, but Canada is just holding.
Знаете, сколько немцы заработали? $8000, между прочим.
Thailand just finds themselves in a terrible position with nowhere to go.
Тоже неплохо. За такую-то великолепную игру.
Finland, very good position, but Soul in the meantime, one of 2 players left alive here, trying to do everything he possibly can to keep Korea in contention for that 3rd place spot.
You can see Korea knows that they need all of these points. USA has a stack.
Естественно, они не видят, но они играют как алкаши. Они, что это за покатушки у них были? В разнобой, один туда поехал, другой туда, третий туда. Они знают зону, они видят количество игроков, они должны понимать, кто здесь, как здесь. Они, подъезжая, слышали файты в этом кемпе. Ты понимаешь, что люди, которые много играют в PUBG, они такими категориями не рассуждают. Перед тем, как ты куда-то заезжаешь, ты должен почекать, куда ты заезжаешь. Вслепую, когда тебя у тебя не какая-то исключительная безвыходная ситуация, особо-то и не катаются. А если вы знаете, что там люди, то нельзя так заезжать.
Get some more from the crowd right now, and Germany's got to figure out what's going on. Nuren's taking some damage. The Blue's going to be coming in. This could be a big problem for him if he's going to try to survive off of this. Loki and the rest of Korea still looking in as somehow everybody's surviving off of this, but Page has got to move down into a low ground point, and that's a big problem.
see. USA only casting a busted BRDM for cover. No one's trying to find more. Knows there are players in the area. He saw the knock on Canada up before. He knows there's one knocked on the other side.
А немцы там с машиной вообще или нет?
This is your time
Он его рисает.
because you will not get another chance.
Germany is counter moving around what Canada is doing, so that might provide an opportunity to move.
То есть он его поднял, чтобы они пытались пешком пробежать? Ладно.
Oh, the hit by a headshot from Shinboy takes out Germany as they fall. Out they go. Shrimsy out of the car as well. Soul on a whole other level with his gun right now, but Glories from inside the cover.
Опять Шримзи нокнули корейцы, да? Что у нас там Вьетнам? Они у нас сидят в этом кемпе как раз, да?
Noren's 4 points away from Thailand, or from USA right now. If he stays alive long enough, those placement points will get it up there. Issue is USA still alive as well. Shrimsy, though, does fall as H1 and Kickstart now make their way up towards the fortification as well.
Ну, не знаю насчет Тарка и Вайпа. Что-то не особо сильно имею желание в Тарков залетать сейчас, не знаю. Тут он не жилец, конечно, безусловно.
To the salute of the
Kickstart тоже и... Аргентина, походу, тут закроет сейчас еще ребята из Канады. Ой.
Argentina at 11 kills and still on the climb. Australia, all of a sudden that 7th place spot does not look guaranteed. Martinson will get the rest on up to Fisher.
Сколько там они за 8-й плейсмент хавают? $26 тысяч. Еще 5 поинтов и будет у них $30 тысяч. Это максимум, что сейчас Аргентина может залутать. Китайцы залутали $34 тысячи. Финны, я думаю, 100% $38 тысяч. Ну и что там у нас? Корея, Вьетнам. Скорее всего, все-таки останется. Если только Вьетнам не убьет всех на карте.
If the Korean players manage to make their way on forward and do damage, I was just gonna say, towards Vietnam, that could be troublesome. The thing is, they know Korea has to make a move.
Если Вьетнам убьет всех на карте, то они возьмут второе место.
They have got to dance through these bullets, juking through. The aim for Vietnam has got to be the best that it's ever been to close the door on the potential of this. Somehow Page is still moving around through the back of this because he could jump up right back behind Vietnam.
Imcott spotting him is phenomenal. That could potentially be the deciding factor, because if Page gets to live free and comes in and backstabs Vietnam, that could easily be game over. Issue now is that, as you can see here, the positioning behind the Halo. No, the Molly as well. They're gonna go down. Vietnam does find one though. One kill goes to Vietnam.
Так, ну один килл Вьетнам забрал.
9 points behind Brazil.
Finland is right back behind them. Vietnam is aware of it. Argentina getting more aggressive inside this, being an unexpected factor for it. Every single one of these teams have an opportunity to get some type of movement. The thing about it is Page is going to have to put in a lot of work and get near on every single one of these kills and a win if he wants it. You can see he realizes that at the point. He's got to try to start picking up as many points as he can. Haisaki has spotted him, but doesn't manage to get the knock.
Ой, как Финн может Вьетнаму занозить сзади.
Argentina playing a daring style of PUBG. They themselves have a chance to gap Australia if they find 5 or make that 4 more points to break the tie. Page.
Они про него знают, ждут его, но там Аргентина еще, там уже мужчина сзади в спине лежит у них. Пейдж, скорее всего, от зоны должен умирать. Ага, отдал Вьетнаму, хорошо. Хорошо. Слушайте, если они убьют всех аргентинцев, то они возьмут второе. Да? Но здесь Фишер так лег, что...
does not pop up. He does not reveal himself. Spout on the other side with Glorious, now moving into an area that Martinson is going to have control over.
Martinson all on his own. They're playing the wide flank system here. They're trying to sheep herd the Vietnamese players together.
Блин, Вьетнам плохую позиционку держит.
Issues Argentina, are you spread too wide? The Vietnamese pack is running east, and they've got the dodge of the next circle. So Argentina, Silson, Fisher somehow needs to regroup with Martinson.
A 3v4 in this position. You can see the numbers do slightly favor 56% for Vietnam right now, but the lineups between it, Vietnam, they need so much out of this one. Argentina just needs a few kills. There is a world where we could actually see both
They
of them
could both
climb.
jump. They could both jump.
Vietnam doesn't want to show their hand, though. You can see it's starting to get pretty nervous. It's been quiet for so long.
You know what, guys? This is the final game. Take your time. We are not going anywhere before this game is over. And there, as you're saying, Matchroom, there is so much on the line for both of these teams to come out victorious in this final game.
Fisher hears the shots, and he's lining up at Caloris' direction. But that means that Haisaki and Nimcud might have an angle onto him. Martinstein still playing out.
Ну чё, Вьетнам, заберете второе место? Нет? За плейсмент разве не дадут? Так за плейсмент очки добавляются. Им уже и той команде уже дали за второй плейсмент поинты. Типа по 6 поинтов? Хотя, подожди. Да-да, должны были дать поинты, так что... Так что им еще максимум перепадет по 4 поинта. Ну, 4 поинта и плюс киллы еще. То есть 177 будет, но у Бразилии топов больше получается в любом случае. Короче, не знаю, сейчас посмотрим.
Argentina has not as much of a hill to play, though, so they don't have as much free movement as Vietnam does. Haisaki's point to the south is really big. If he gets spotted out, that means the fact that the doors are going to go open for Argentina. Fisher sees him, starts taking some shots, and almost gets the knock, but the tree is going to survive. Keep him alive.
Crucial. You can see now Silson trying to make a play to see if he can get an off angle on the tree as well. Shots fired once more, but nothing connecting. As I believe Haisaki has made his way back to safety. Look at this, so much utility. 3 nades on Zapao, 3 nades on Imcut as well. They've got the utility. If this becomes a smoke battle,
ну, сейчас и проверим. Я вам говорю, что уже дало. 100%. Максимум еще 4 поинта они могут за плейсмент лутануть. Сейчас увидим. Сколько было в прошлом? А, ну подожди, у нас же... У Вьетнама было 159 поинтов на начало этой игры, чтобы вы понимали. 159 плюс 5 сколько? Подожди, сейчас обновлю на всякий случай. Наверное, я ошибаюсь. Потому что так тоже, ну да. Было 159 поинтов. Плюс 5 получается 164 плюс 6 поинтов за плейсмент. За второй плейсмент 6 поинтов. А? То есть, получается, 10 поинтов они максимум могут забрать, это еще 4 поинта. И 3 килла. Но, если мы говорим про общее количество, что по киллам, что по топам, Вьетнам хуже сыграл, чем Бразилия, поэтому Бразилия 100% второе место. А Аргентине надо еще 2 поинта, чтобы упасть на 7-е. Вообще идеальный вариант будет, если Аргентина убьет 3 из Вьетнама, но Вьетнам полностью убьет всех из Аргентины. То есть, если выживет один чувак из Вьетнама, для той и той команды это будет идеальный вариант. Хотя Вьетнам все равно им уже плевать. Что значит под ником ВВЦД? ВВЦД это формат winner-winner, chicken-dinner. То есть, кто из них выиграет? Процент, который их аналитики дают на победу.
To be super scary, but it's gonna make it to where you can see Silson step back. Blue zone does some damage. This wall is causing a problem. Colores looking into it, and it's Argentina slow rolling around, but it's gonna be continual nades. That one looks like that's gonna land pretty close. Doesn't do enough damage to be a problem still. It's just a continual red zone falling next to Argentina, and they're dodging it.
Сейчас такой лютый рандом будет. Ой.
How many nades does Vietnam have? You can see trying to creep forward now. Molotovs coming out in utility. No nade hitting enough to create any opening for either squad yet. Colores, he goes down. Fisher finds the angle. Vietnam though gets 2 on the other side.
2 нока.
Last one up. Moving in, seeing if he can find a way to make this work. He is surrounded and outnumbered. He knows it. Creeping in, he's got to find it. Get some shots onto one, but in the end, it's going to be Vietnam.
What a game! They will tie. Who will?
А чё вы так радуетесь, пацаны? Подожди.
Back in this match right here.
Damn, these guys deserve it. They were
Чего они так радуются? Они все равно третьи.
Your champions of PUBG Nations Cup 2022, United Kingdom.
Ту-ду-ду-ту.
There they are, the United Kingdom. They are the champions here for PNC 2022 after an amazing performance here. Toffee's Avenger, what a performance. They are now the champions of 2022.
Просто ни одного не пузатого. Все пузатые. Вот они, задроты-геймеры.
A coach that played the last time.
It is a heavy trophy, but they are strong enough to lift it, just like they were strong enough to dominate this field from the get-go. There was never any question in their mind, and now there's none in ours, that they are the best team when it comes to the entire world.
The Queen be proud, ladies and gentlemen, here of the United Kingdom. And as you said, it was a difficult
Я, говорит, был запасной.
2019. We get here 3 years after the fact, and the United Kingdom is able to raise the trophy here. They're absolutely elated with it. It's fish and chips all around.
Yeah, and I'll have to be honest here. This is such a heartwarming moment
это
for these guys.
Miracle,
Alright, it's time to hear from the champions as the United Kingdom has taken it.
Hi! Okay, so could you please step forward over here? Let's step forward and have some interview. Linton Ka! And this is some member over here. Okay, นะคะก็เดี๋ยวทางนี้นะคะเราจะขออนุญาตสัมภาษณ์
перешла на свой местный язык, походу.
Okay, so เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตเริ่มที่ทีม
У нее какая-то помесь английского и своего.
เหมือนกันสำหรับงานนี้ก็แอบถามว่าคือการแข่งขันนี้ต้องบอกว่าเป็นการแข่งขันชิงแชมป์ระดับโลกนะคะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่วันนี้ได้เป็นแชมป์นั่นเองค่ะ
So this is gonna be the interview for our champion. The first question gonna belong to T-Bone. So we would like to know, how do you feel when you won this international championship?
I mean, pretty good, obviously. We knew he was gonna win anyway, so what can I say?
ก็ในเมื่อเป็นที่หนึ่งนะคะก็ต้องรู้สึกดีอยู่แล้วค่ะ
So สั้นๆนะคะแต่ว่าได้ฟีลลิ่งง่ายๆ
В Бангкоке проходил турнир.
แล้วก็ต่อมานะคะ Facts is your turn ทั้งนี้นะคะต้องถาม Facts บ้างนะคะว่ารู้สึกยังไงต้องบอกว่าคือเรารอคอย
Давай рюкзак. А, кстати, розыгрыш рюкзака в Телеграме, мужики.
แบบนี้แบบ offline match นะคะก็คือรู้สึกยังไงที่ได้กลับมา
Кто
เล่น
там?
offline match
So since this is the first offline match after
Кто там не
3
успел
years,
на розыгрыш
how do you
рюкзака?
feel this?
Розыгрыш рюкзака в телеге. Давайте, подписывайтесь пока на телегу. Вот будет 750 подписчиков в Телеграме, сразу же раз это. Капец мы с вами. Никто не подписался. Чё за дела?
Thank you Facts นะคะต่อไป Michael is your turn ทีนี้นะคะถาม Michael กันบ้างต้องบอกว่าครั้งนี้เนี่ยสามารถทำผลงาน
Вы видели вчера биток, как рухнул? Нахрен. До 18 косарей вообще.
เรื่องของผลงานที่ดีขึ้น
So what did you improve after like on the PNC 2000?
Сейчас посмотрю, какой сегодня курс битка.
Went to competition of the Korea,
О,
right?
поднялся,
So what other things
19
did you improve apart from the
тысяч.
previous match that you had?
I mean, obviously a different team. I think the caliber of player is way higher. We have a really good game plan coming into this tournament.
Главное, розыгрыш нажать нажал. Слушайте, а без подписки поди-ка можно было опять, да? Ай, опять я поди-ка сделал без подписки, когда можно. Там, видимо, каждый раз надо настройку включать, чтобы он подписку проверял. Иди же, посади же. 2 чувака еще в телегу подписываемся и разыгрываем сразу. Ну.
I have some question ทั้งนี้นะคะก็สำหรับโหวตนะคะต้องบอกว่าเนื่องจากว่าเขาก็เป็นแบบลีดเดอร์ด้วยเนาะก็ถามเขาว่ารู้สึกยังไงกับการที่ได้แชมป์ในตอนนี้ค่ะ
So now is your turn.
Давай, говорит, заново тогда.
How do you feel as your
Так, по чесноку надо подписываться, а то капец вам.
Oh, it's hard to put into words how it feels to win this event, but it just feels amazing, especially with the teammates I have here.
Там с подпиской? Окей. Тогда смотрите. Все, 750. Доставка по России за мой счет. Если кто-то хочет, чтобы за границу, за ваш счет. Я только по России оплачиваю. Все. 750, поехали. Кто-то еще нажать может хочет. Секундочку. 30 секунд ты нажимаю.
ประมาณ15 ปีนะคะซึ่งอยากจะถามเขาว่าจากการที่ไปเล่นในปี 2019 เนี่ยพอมาถึงปีนี้ปี 2022 คิดว่าตัวเองมีอะไรที่พัฒนาขึ้นบ้าง
For Vod and Michael, so what are the things that you improve apart from PNC 2019 that you win? So, like, what did you learn and come to improve in this year?
Давай же, давай, не тяни. Ой,
Since you
вы.
went on the PNC 2019 with Michael, so what are the things
Максим
that you improve
Пономарев
after
забирает рюкзачок.
Yeah, for Michael and
Максиму Пономареву надо мне написать в личку. Поздравляем Максима Пономарева.
Yeah, we have the best IGL T-Bone with us.
Все куплено. Блин, надо хоть погулять, что ли, сходить на улицу.
เขาก็เลยมีสิ่งที่พัฒนาขึ้น and is there any improvement in yourself if you just like compare into
А людей-то, я так понимаю, за компов еще не отпускают, да? Все сидят.
เขาก็หวังว่าจะมีอะไรดีขึ้นในตัวเองเหมือนกันนะคะซึ่งอันนี้เขาก็ยังไม่รู้ตัวเองนะว่ามีอะไรดีขึ้นนะคะโอเค
Рюкзак-то покажи. 100 раз уж показывал.
answer ต่อมานะคะ
Ладно, ладно, рюкзаки еще есть, не переживайте.
สามารถทำคะแนนได้สูงมากๆนะคะถึงต้องบอกว่าแตะ200คะแนนคือมันแบบ
Вот такой вот он в сложенном пока виде.
มี
Так
กลยุทธ์
что
ไม้ตายหรือว่ามีแบบ
отличный
เขาเรียกว่า
рюкзачок.
secret อะไรหรือเปล่า
So since you got the point over 200, what are the thing? Are there any like special?
Блин,
tactics
наушники,
that you,
конечно, беспроводные,
keep,
потестить хотелось бы,
remain
да?
in this
но
position, the first place position?
Я вообще удивлен. Я думал, хрень какая-то, а они беспроводные. Ну ладно. Попробуем.
Yeah.
We haven't really had any special tactics or anything. We just play together, we keep a good environment, we keep it loose, and yeah, that's how everyone just plays the best.
ก็จริงๆไม่มีอะไรมากนะคะไม่มีเทคนิคอะไร
Максим Пономарев пишет.
พยายาม
Это я что ли, говорит?
ในการเล่นด้วยกันเป็นบรรยากาศที่ดีอะค่ะคือมีทีมที่ดีแล้วก็สร้างบรรยากาศที่ดีในการเล่นร่วมกันนั่นเองค่ะ
โอเคขอบคุณมากค่ะทีนี้มีอะไรจะบอกโค้ชไหมใครตอบก็ได้
So this question for anyone, but are there any messages that you would like to tell the coach?
Tell the coach?
Yes.
I'll just say Justy. He's been a big help. He's helped us keep a good mood, a good atmosphere as well. That's what Fex just said. So, and he's always a good laugh. So I think that's important. Have fun when you plan.
Блин, такое произношение у него, да?
ก็คือโค้ชถือว่าเป็นอีกส่วนหนึ่งที่ช่วยในการซัพพอร์ตทีมได้เป็นอย่างดีเลยค่ะแล้วก็ให้ความรักให้การดูแลให้คำแนะนำที่ดีค่ะ
โอเคแล้วก็สุดท้ายแน่นอนนะคะ
Мальчик 41 год выиграл рюкзачок
จากแฟนๆนะคะดังนั้นก็มีอะไรจะบอกถึงแฟนๆของเราสักหน่อยไหมคะ
So this question for anyone as well. What are the things that you would like to tell your fans?
I mean, I didn't think there was so many like supporters of the UK and also people from the UK that even watch PUBG, but like watching Twitch chat, Discord, Twitter, there's honestly been so much support. It's been so crazy. And it's just been an honor to play for the country. Yeah, I just love the support.
Давай завтра PUBG в новых наушниках тестить. Ну, не знаю.
ได้ค่ะขอบคุณที่ซัพพอร์ตทีม UK ในทุกๆช่องทางนะคะ
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations to United Kingdom. Okay. Woo! And see you once again in the award ceremony, so you can take some rest for a bit. Okay, bye-bye. See you once again, United Kingdom. See you.
Как-то, знаете, вот по наполнению контентом этот турнир был как-то не очень, на мой взгляд.
รางวัลนั่นเองนะคะซึ่งเดี๋ยวตอนนี้เราไปเช็ค final result นะคะจากทาง analyst ของเรากันก่อนดีกว่าค่ะ
Кто второе место занял? Бразилия. Ну, сейчас нам, кстати, даже не показали. Почему? Объясните мне, почему они на втором месте? Как тут считается? Я не понимаю. What the fuck? По плейсменту, что ли? Чё за хрень? Как так-то?
But Vietnam passes Brazil.
This is huge.
They tie at 177, and if you're wondering at home, because Brazil had so many kills, as of June 2nd, the tiebreaker became placement, not kill points. And because of Vietnam's consistency, they actually got second.
Unbelievable. And think about this.
Ну как стример дали очки за плейсмент? Конечно дали, все правильно дали, 177, так и должно было быть. Николай, ты читать не умеешь, что ли? В самом деле. Я так и говорил, сколько, что у них будет 177, но по количеству топов они были меньше, по количеству киллов были хуже. Почему они второе место? Видимо, считается по плейсменту.
Nothing is too hard for Vard. He performs well, he gets the kills, he makes the calls, and he seems unstoppable. He's one of the most prolific players in all of Europe, and he proved that here.
Ты также говорил, что уже дали. Дык дали! Я все правильно говорил. Я не знаю, когда начислят епэчки, честно. Николай, я все правильно говорил.
Among his peers, he is looked upon as one of the best mechanically skilled players in this game.
Yes, correct. Very, very impressive here by Vard. Congratulations to him for crowning himself the MVP. You know what? There's not been
Я не очень понимаю, почему Вьетнам занимает второе место сейчас. Типа, какая система подсчета? Непонятно. Типа, у Вьетнама 99 киллов, у Бразилии 112. У Вьетнама один всего... у Вьетнама 2 топа, у Бразилии 4 топа. Не очень понял, ни хрена.
T-Bone was just the best RGL. Now that he is not usually RGLing on heroic pages.
Yeah, no, indeed. And as the UK comes together, of course, you've got heroic members, phase members in there. Far, obviously,
Ну, больше очков по плейсменту. Но когда у нас вообще по очкам за плейсмент считали? Псих, это ты мне говоришь, что я заднюю даю, или что? Ты можешь пересмотреть стрим и пересчитать то, что я говорил. Я все правильно говорил, что им дадут 4 очка за плейсмент еще сверху, и 3 за фраги они получили. У них было тогда 170 очков. Я говорил, что будет тоже 177, но они... Пересматривай, если ты любитель поспорить. Видимо, по плейсменту считали в этом турнире. Ну тогда понятно, чего они радовались. Ну вот так вот получается. Британия первая, Вьетнам второе, Бразилия третья, корейцы четвертая. Финны пятые, китайцы шестые, австралийцы седьмые, Аргентина восьмая, USA девятые, Таиланд десятые, Тайвань 11-е, Japan 12-е, Канада 13-е, турки 14-е. Турки тоже отвратительно играли просто. Индонезия 15-е и Германия на последнем месте. Самая отвратительная игра была у них. Ладно, друзья, давайте будем на этом прощаться. У меня уже очень вкусно пахнет едой. Мария Викторовна что-то готовит, и я безумно хочу есть. Хорошего вам дня, отличного настроения. Не знаю насчет вечернего стрима. Спина, конечно, стала получше себя чувствовать, но обещать не буду, что вечером будет пабг. Хотя хотелось бы, конечно, во что-то уже поиграть. Потому что все выходные проваляться со спиной на диване не очень-то круто. Все, всем огромное спасибо за компанию. Спасибо тем, кто подписался на канал. Спасибо, кто поддержал лайком. Кто на телегу подписался. Большие молодцы. Поздравляю победителей, которые выиграли клавиатуру и рюкзачок. На этом я отчаливаю. Я думаю, что дальше у нас с вами не будет ничего интересного. Бразилии вручают $50 тысяч. Да, все правильно, короче, никаких прибавок. Смотрите, какие расстроенные чуваки. Просто капец. Особенно этот справа. Он вообще не играл, по-моему. Бразил! По $10 тысяч, нормально. Интересно, как у них дележка бабок происходит? Запасной игрок что получает? Ну, слушайте, по-моему, для Бразилии это очень большие деньги. Выкинул флаг нахрен. Поднял медаль, флаг выкинул нахрен. Какая срамота просто. Просто что-то медаль поднял, флаг валяется на полу. О, ужас. Да. Бай-бай, Бразил. Все, на этом я с вами тоже прощаюсь. Всего хорошего вам. До свидания.